Bow in prayer before we get started. Well, God, we thank you this day. We thank you for loving and caring for us. Thank you for another day of life. We ask you to lead and guide us today. Forgive us where we wronged you. Help us make good decisions. We ask this in your name. Amen. We're ready to go on record. The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. We're a 3-member panel of the board with 1 serving as an alternate, but who will not participate in either the deliberations or the decisions concerning this case. The board members today are Laura Moore, nurse practitioner, Nancy Norris Johnson, LPN, Jeremy Cummins, LPN, and TJ Adams, RN, by Zoom. Our Assistant Attorney General today is the Honorable Edward Wiggins, and we can begin.
Good morning, everyone. The first matter on the docket today, license number R853036. That is case number 2022-0876. Kelly Miller.
Miller or McNamee? Miller.
These proceedings will begin with opening statements. We will hear arguments from each side. We will allow for questioning as well as cross-examination and redirect if necessary. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, we'll have closing statements. The board will then make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render its decision, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 45 to 60 days of the completion of these proceedings. At this time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn for this matter, and I ask that the witnesses please stand.
Okay.
Solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God.
I do.
Thank you. For the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. Ms. Miller, you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct? You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel? Need you to move the mic a little closer, please.
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses to testify on your behalf.
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf.
Yes, sir.
Is your testimony, you ready to proceed with this hearing today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Osman, do we have any preliminary matters?
We do, Your Honor. I would first request that B1 through B10 be entered into evidence. These exhibits have been provided to Mrs. Miller. Additionally, I would request on Mrs. Miller's behalf, she has submitted 2 documents this morning, and I would request that these 2 documents be marked and entered as Exhibit R1. I believe a copy has been provided to the board panel.
To the board.
Additionally, based on the documentation that was received this morning, I would also move to amend the complaint to remove charge 1 from the complaint, which would leave charges 2 and 3 in the complaint. And I've also discussed that with Mrs. Miller prior to the hearing.
Ms. Miller, have you had an opportunity to review the exhibits? Do you have any objection to their admission?
No, sir.
Those exhibits are admitted. R1. You understand the motion that Ms. Osman just made?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to removing charge 1?
No.
We'll note for the record that charge 1 has been stipulated to be removed from the complaint. And we will proceed on charges 2 and 3.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further preliminarily?
No, Your Honor.
We'll begin with opening statements. Ms. Osman, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, we're here today before the board panel related to the nursing license of Kelly Miller. Mrs. Miller was first licensed as a registered nurse in Mississippi on June the 6th, 1996, and has been licensed as a registered nurse in the state since that time. Today, the evidence will show that on or about October 26, 2022, it was discovered that the narcotic count at Hilltop Manor Nursing Home in Union, Mississippi was incorrect. On November the 10th, 2022, Mrs. Miller confessed to taking a 30-count blister pack of Norco from Hilltop Manor. She also confessed to the Board of Nursing that she took the Norco from the medical cart. It's alleged today that she violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29 1L and 1G. Specifically, it's alleged that she misappropriated drugs and falsified an entry in the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
I mean, I don't disagree with anything she just said.
All right, thank you. Counsel, you proceed.
The board calls investigator Tawanda Jones, please. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Tawanda Jones, county of residency is Rankin County, and my place of employment is Mississippi Board of Nursing.
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
I have worked here for 5 years.
During that time, have you participated in investigations that result in the discipline of licensees?
Yes,
And for part of your duties at the board to investigate complaints received about individuals that are licensed by the board to practice nursing in the state?
yes.
If you would please turn to what's been marked as exhibit number 3 and identify that document, please.
Exhibit 3 is a license verification for Kelly Miller,
And does it show, what's the license type for Ms. Miller?
registered nurse,
And when was her license first issued?
June 6, 1996.
And if you would, please turn to what has been marked as exhibit B5. And identify the second document in that exhibit.
That is a complaint.
Now, you heard earlier that we did a motion that was accepted by the board panel to remove charge 1. Could you tell us what the 2 remaining charges are that are listed in the complaint today?
The 2 remaining charge are, number 1, the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, and that the respondent was engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment. 30 Mississippi Administrative Code PT 2820 R 1.2H. And also the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29 1G, and that the respondent has falsified and or repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records.
You would turn to the next document and identify that document, please.
That is a order suspending the license for Ms. Miller.
And what's the date of this order?
The date of the order is November 16th, 2022.
And if you could tell us today why we're here.
We're here today because Ms. Miller took a card of Norco from Hilltop Manor Nursing Facility, and she admitted to taking that card.
If you would, please turn to what's been marked as exhibit B6 and identify that first document of B6.
B6 is a statement from Ms. Miller.
Could you read that statement to the board panel, please?
And this was a statement given to the Attorney General's office. It says, I, Kelly McNee, and admitting to taking a card of Norco from Hilltop Manor. I took them because of my increased pain from rheumatoid arthritis and diabetic nephropathy. After taking the meds, I felt guilty and ashamed. So with this, in the next few days, I flushed approximately 20 pills down the toilet. I accept the consequences of my actions.
And could you tell me what the date of the statement is?
That's November 10th, 2022.
And did she sign the statement?
Yes, the statement is signed.
And if you look at the next page of Exhibit B6 and identify that document, please.
That document is an email that Ms. Miller sent to me. And it says, "Dear Mrs. Jones, I'm writing this per our conversation on the other day to tell you that I took some narco off the med cart at Hilltop Nursing Facility. I'm ashamed of my actions and I wish I could go back to that day. If I could, I would make better decisions."
Could you tell me the date of the email?
That date is November 21st, 2022.
And that email was received by you from Mrs. Miller, is that correct?
That is correct.
So Mrs. Miller has admitted to both you and the Attorney General's office that she diverted narco while
Yes.
employed at Hilltop Manor, is that correct?
That's correct.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Miller, do you have any questions for this witness? Any questions for this witness from the board panel?
Ms. Miller, when you took the medicine off the cart, did you already have a prescriber?
Yes, I did. I've had the same doctor for probably almost 20 years. And I usually take Tramadol for my rheumatoid arthritis. And she writes me Norco every 3 months. I could ask for more, but I don't want to go down that road, or maybe I should have. But yes. Did I answer your question?
Did you realize when you took that medicine off the cart, you was taking it from somebody?
Yes. I'm not proud of what I did.
Anything further from the panel? Are we, anything further from this witness?
No, Your Honor, I have no further witnesses.
Maybe excused. Ms. Miller, this is your opportunity to share with the board your position on this matter. You may proceed.
Okay. I know what I did was wrong. And I know I did not take any at work, so I was not working under the influence of anything. I've had 2 drug screens since then, random. They were both negative. I just want to make it right. Whatever I need to do before the board to, keep my license and continue to work. That's what I want. That's what I want to do. I didn't come expecting no discipline to be handed down. I'm just very remorseful for my actions. Like I said, I'll do weekly drug screens. I've never had a problem, never taken another patients' medication. Of course, I know one time is one time too many. But I don't know what else to say other than, you know, I also, the reason why I took it was I have rheumatoid arthritis, and my fault, but I had gotten away from seeing my rheumatologist. But since then, I have called to get an appointment to get back in to see my rheumatologist so I can get back on my methotrexate so I can have it controlled better. Like I said, I'm willing to do whatever the board deems necessary for me to show that I am safe to nurse.
Ms. Saltzman, any questions for Ms. Miller?
Just a couple. Ms. Miller, you're not here today disputing that you took Norco, is that correct?
Correct.
And tell this board panel what it is. Should they not revoke your license, and should they implement any type of restrictions? Tell the board panel what you're willing to do in order to keep your license.
I'm willing to do anything. That may be a broad answer, but I mean, whatever you need me to do to prove to you that I am safe to practice. Classes, drug screens, whatever you deem necessary.
What's your educational background? I know you've been practicing as an RN since 1996, is that correct?
Yes.
What's your educational background?
Associate degree nursing
From where?
from East Central Community College. I was in the very first graduating class.
And how long had you worked at, I believe it's Hilltop Manor?
Just a few weeks.
So you were new to Hilltop Manor?
Yes, ma'am.
That you worked there. Where had you been before that?
J.G. Alexander,
And how long had you worked there?
3 years.
And prior to that?
Queen City for a year. And prior to that, I tried a little hospice. I wasn't crazy about that. So I worked hospice for maybe 6 months. I just prefer the, you know,
Have you had any breaks in employment from
No, ma'am.
1996 until now?
no, ma'am.
Are you in any type of treatment program?
No, I'm not, I don't have an addiction problem. Like I don't have to take medicine every day. I just take it, you know, when I'm in pain. If it's at work, I wait till I get home and take it before I go to bed. But like I said, when I should have never gotten away from my rheumatologist. I just got caught up and did, but as soon as I get back on my methotrexate, you know, it'll level on out. And I don't know why I didn't choose to do that to begin with, but I didn't.
So you're telling the board today you don't have any history of drug or alcohol use?
None.
Do you have any criminal history?
Well, not until this.
You've been charged criminally as a result of the incident we're here.
I don't think I have yet, but I probably will be.
Again, Mrs. Miller, is there anything else that you would like to add or tell this board panel today about what happened?
Just, you know, I made a terrible decision. You know, if I could speak to these nursing students back here, just don't do it. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. Had I not got caught, it still would have plagued me for the rest of my career. I don't do stuff like that. I know I did. But like I said, I will do whatever the board asks me to do so I can continue practicing. I'm our primary breadwinner and very much need to work.
No further questions.
Any question from the panel for Ms. Miller?
Ms. Miller, I was looking at your PMP, and it looks like you, take tramadol.
Yes,
How often do you take tramadol?
every day.
Okay. During the time that you diverted the Norco, were you also taking tramadol?
Some, yes.
Feel like it wasn't helping or?
Didn't feel like it was because like I said, I'd been off my methotrexate. At the time, looking back, what I should have done was went to see my doctor and got no prescription, anything other than what I did. But my worst mistake to myself was getting away from my rheumatologist. Because, you know, he helped keep me, you know, leveled out.
Was the Norco the only thing that you diverted?
Oh, yes,
There ever been anything prior to that or after that?
never.
And also in your PMP, you're taking gabapentin as well.
Take that for my diabetic neuropathy. I've been diabetic for about 30 years.
You were taking both of those.
Night, yes.
And how long had you been?
Oh, several months,
You've been on that for a long time.
several years.
Where are you currently employed?
Well, not right now, my license are suspended, but pending this, I have accepted a position at Alliance in Meridian. It's a psychiatric hospital.
What type of nursing would you be doing there?
I don't, they have detox, they have adolescent, they have adult psych, geri psych. I think to pinpoint which floor I would be on, I don't know.
Do you feel that in the presence of, I guess, the temptation of Norco in a pain cycle, you would be tempted again?
Never. This is the most uncomfortable feeling I've ever had in my life. I've never been so ashamed of myself. Never.
And aside from the tramadol and the gabapentin, is there any other medications you're currently taking?
I mean, I take my diabetic medicine and then I take lisinopril and ACE for kidney protection. And then insulin and metformin.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Ms. Miller, have you been disciplined by any of your other employers?
And I don't know if I should say this, but you know, I have a 20-year-old daughter who's in nursing school. She's in RN school. And it's been difficult for me to tell her what I did because I've always been her nursing role model. But I didn't keep anything from her. I told her exactly, and I told her, you know, sometimes you just get caught up, but it's never okay, ever, never. So that's also been weighing on me.
Anything further from the panel for this witness? Any follow-up, Ms. Austin? Ms. Austin, we can have your closing statement.
Thank you. Today you've heard evidence that Mrs. Miller has admitted to both the Mississippi Office of the Attorney General and to the Mississippi Board of Nursing that she diverted Norco when she was employed at Hilltop Manor Nursing Home. I would respectfully request that the board consider the options available to it pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-2. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osmond. Ms. Miller, if you have a closing statement, you can make it at this time.
Just to reiterate, I'm willing to do whatever the board deems necessary to prove myself that I am safe and competent to work as a nurse.
All right, thank you. I think that will conclude this matter. Ms. Miller, you can have a seat in the gallery. We have a few more matters we'll need to hear this morning.
Okay.
Are we ready for the next
Thank
matter?
you.
Ms. Austin?
Mrs. Brandt. Next. Julie Brandt.
Next matter before the board panel License number R 917-666. Case number 2021-0964. Julie Brandt. Are there any preliminary matters, Mr. Walker?
Yes, Your Honor. Can we introduce in evidence B1 through B8, please? Also swear in Mr. Ford Wiley.
All right, those exhibits are admitted. Please swear in Mr. Wiley.
This hearing will testify that the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
You may proceed, Kim.
We are here today for a hearing before the board panel on suspension and possible revocation of the nursing license of Julie Brandt in Mississippi. On March 17th, 1993, Ms. Brandt was first licensed as a registered nurse, and on February 8th, 2002, she was licensed as an advanced practice registered nurse. On or about July 7th, 2022, Ms. Brandt entered into a consent order with the Louisiana Board of Nursing. Ms. Brandt's license was suspended. This suspension is continued until Ms. Brandt completes the stipulations of the agreement terms, after which she may request for reinstatement. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D states that for a registered nurse who has had her license or privilege to practice as a registered nurse revoked or suspended in any jurisdiction, the board shall have the power to take disciplinary action on that license. Excuse me. Specifically, subsection D states that a certified copy of that revocation or disciplinary action shall be a prima facie evidence of such conviction. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to revoke or suspend the license of Ms. Brandt to practice in Mississippi. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Walker, have the statutory requirements for notice been met in this matter regarding Ms. Brandt?
Yes, Your Honor, they have, and Mr. Wiley has checked the building to make sure that Ms. Brandt is not here.
We'll note for the record that Ms. Brandt is not present. You may proceed.
We rest on the file, Your Honor.
Nothing further on this matter, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Are we ready to move to the next matter on the docket?
Yes, Your Honor, it'll be Brandon Bishop.
The next matter before the board panel. License number P 320167. Case number 2022-0057. Brandon Bishop. And Ms. Bishop is represented by counsel. Gentlemen, please identify yourselves for the record.
Your Honor, my name is Charles Cowan, and this is my colleague, Gene Naylor with the law firm Wise Carter Child and Caraway.
Thank you very much. We will proceed as follows. Statements from each side. We will, of course, hear the arguments from both parties. We'll allow for questioning of our witnesses. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, we will have closing statements. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and render its decision, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 45 to 60 days of the conclusion of these proceedings. At this time, I'll ask that all witnesses be sworn. I'll ask that those witnesses please stand.
solemnly swear that the testimony of the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you very much. I will note for the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. Have any preliminary matters, Ms. Hoffman?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request that exhibits B1 through B31 be introduced into evidence at this time. And additionally, the respondent has submitted exhibits R1 through R3 that we would also request be admitted into evidence at this time. R1 through R3 should be at the very end of the exhibits, and it's marked a little differently. It has R1 in the bottom left, bottom right corner. It's not marked with an exhibit sticker. It's just marked. Includes an affidavit of Richie Ann Keller as R1. An affidavit of Kimberly Squires as R2. And then the resume of Mrs. Bishop as R3. Mr. Kelly,
We'll need one more copy, please.
we're just missing one. Okay.
You know what? That would, just thinking they should. We don't have to argue.
I don't have the R's.
We don't have to argue.
You just indulge us for a second. We'll make copies.
Certainly. Have you had an opportunity to review all those exhibits, counsel?
Yes,
You have any objection to their admission?
No.
We'll go ahead and admit the exhibits. You can go ahead and begin with your opening. But we're still awaiting, our exhibits for the board members.
You give me, if you don't mind indulging me 5 minutes, I'll make sure we made those copies. I'm sorry they're not there. Andrew? Yes. When you go the copies. I apologize that R1 through R3 wasn't in everyone's book.
We'll just take a 5-minute recess. We will begin at this time with opening statements. Ms. Salzman, you may proceed.
Thank you. And I did put R1 through R3 at each.
We
member.
proceed.
Okay. We're here today because Mrs. Bishop has been charged with the following. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29, and that she has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under the licensee's care. And charge number 2, Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29 1L, and that respondent is engaged in professional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2Y, in that she intentionally or negligently caused or allowed others to physically, sexually, emotionally, or verbally abuse a patient. The evidence today will show that respondent was employed as an LPN at Canton Manor in Canton, Mississippi. On or about January 13th, 2022, respondent was observed on surveillance coverage propping open a locked door of the facility and proceeding outside at approximately 4:07 a.m. In respondent's statement, respondent indicated that she had gone outside to take a smoke break and that a male, later identified as Antoine Harris, walked by her and that she thought he was a new employee at the facility. At approximately 4:16 a.m., surveillance coverage will show that Mr. Harris, the intruder, entered the facility through the same door that had previously been propped open by respondent. At 4:21 a.m., the surveillance coverage will show the male entered a resident's room. Once inside that room, he sexually assaulted the resident. The male exited the resident's room at approximately 5 a.m. The male was escorted out of the facility approximately 5:24 a.m. after other workers found him roaming the hallways at the facility. Respondent was terminated from Canton Manor on or about January the 15th, 2022. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Salzman. Yeah.
Good morning to this board. My name is Charles Cowan. My colleague Jean Naylor and I, along with our firm Wisecard and Shaw Caraway, have the pleasure of representing Ms. Brandy Bishop, a licensed practical nurse in these board proceedings. At their core, both charges accuse Ms. Bishop of negligence in allowing a man named Antoine Harris to enter Canton Manor, a living home for the behaviorally and intellectually disabled, on January 13, 2022. Respectfully, we urge the board to find that while this event was incredibly tragic, Ms. Bishop was not guilty of negligence in her actions that morning. There are many reasons why Ms. Bishop was not negligent. I'd like to carefully explain those to you so that you're able to understand why she, under the totality of the circumstances, acted consistent with a reasonably prudent licensed practical nurse would have. The evidence shows Ms. Bishop was working a 16-hour shift at Canton Manor. Shortly after 4 a.m., the morning of January 13, 2022, she stepped outside a side door of the facility to take a regularly scheduled break to smoke a cigarette. Just a few steps outside of that door was the Canton Manor designated smoking area known as the Practical Arts Patio. Employees frequently stepped outside to this area to smoke on their breaks. This side door at Canton Manor, like others to the facility, was equipped with an inside keypad that required a code to exit it, and an outside keypad that required a code to re-enter it. Ms. Bishop was given the code to exit the door, but not given the code to re-enter it. It was never explained to her why employees were not given a code to re-enter the doors, but they were not. Because employees were not given a code to re-enter the doors, it was standard practice at Canton Manor for employees entering that side door from the employee parking lot to knock or bang on the door for entry. To forgo having to do that and to avoid the sometimes unpredictable nature of other employees being in the vicinity to open that side door, Canton Manor employees regularly propped that door open with a broomstick. That broomstick stayed at this side door entrance so that employees could prop it open to take smoke breaks or for employees to escort patients outside the designated area to smoke themselves. Despite propping open that door, Ms. Bishop will testify that she was within a few feet of that door. Anyone entering or exiting that side door would inevitably encounter her, and she never left that door unattended. A male who was later discovered to be Antoine Harris approached on the sidewalk Ms. Bishop faced. From a parking lot Ms. Bishop knew to be frequently used by employees to park. Harris approached the side door, which again was used by employees, not visitors, to enter the facility. She was able to observe Harris's demeanor, which was comfortable and relaxed. He was wearing street clothes, which Ms. Bishop will testify were frequently worn by staff at Canton Manor. He greeted Ms. Bishop, and she greeted him. He then entered the side door to the facility just a few feet away from Ms. Bishop. Ms. Bishop's observations led her to reasonably believe that Harris was an employee arriving for work. I'd like to list every reason why Ms. Bishop made the assessment she did. First, Harris entered the sidewalk from what Ms. Bishop knew to be an employee parking lot. Employees parking in this parking lot frequently used this very side door to enter the Canton Manor facility. Second, Harris's demeanor was such that he appeared to belong there and simply entering the side door so as to start his shift for work. Third, Canton Manor was staffed by a multitude of agency or temporary employees. Ms. Bishop herself was an agency employee. She was working for a staffing agency at the time who was assigned to Canton Manor. She will testify that just the week prior, she had recognized several new employees at the facility that she did not know from the 4 months she had been working there. Simply put, it was not unusual to not recognize a Canton Manor employee. Later, the investigation showed that there were no less than 4 other individuals who encountered Harris at the Canton Manor facility, but did not stop him or otherwise confirm that he was not an employee. Fourth, Harris' entry was at the time of a shift change for many employees, both permanent and agency. If anything, someone entering that door this time of morning supported Ms. Bishop's belief that Harris belonged there and was an employee reporting for work. Finally, Harris's dress was consistent with that worn by other Canton Manor employees. Employees regularly wore street clothes. This was especially the case for laundry, cafeteria, and maintenance employees. At the end of the day, we have to judge Ms. Bishop's conduct based on the information available to her at that time and in that moment that she encountered Harris outside the side door to Canton Manor. It's easy to criticize her based on the information gathered from an after the fact investigation. But this was not information available to Ms. Bishop at the time she encountered Harris. While we know her assessment was ultimately wrong, it was not unreasonable under the circumstances. Simply put, her mistaken assessment was not for lack of due care or poor judgment. The question for the board is simple. Based on the points and facts I've laid out to you just now regarding Ms. Bishop's assessment of Harris in the area immediately outside the Canton Manor side door, was her conduct reasonable? And we believe that it was. Thank you.
Thank you. It's also, you may begin with your case in chief.
Thank you. The board calls investigator Tawanda Jones. Please state your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Tawanda Jones, County of Residency, Rankin County, and I work for the Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
5 years.
And during that time, have you participated in investigations that have resulted in the disciplinary actions of licensees for this board?
Yes,
Is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints that are received related to individuals licensed by this board?
yes.
If you would tell this board panel today the name of the licensee that's the subject of the investigation that we're here about today.
Brandon Bishop.
And if you would just briefly summarize what you do when you receive a complaint.
Once a complaint is assigned to me, I read the complaint, and then I make a list of documents and records that I will need in order to prove the allegation that was submitted to the office. And then I request those documents to be received by the Board of Nursing so that I can do a desk review of the documents and any other evidence. And in some instances, if there's a video available, then I will review that video to substantiate the information that I was received.
And if you would, Mrs. Jones, would you turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B3 and identify that document, please?
B3 is a license verification document
And who is this license verification for?
for Brandon Bishop,
And what's her license type?
licensed practical nurse,
And when was she first issued a license with this board?
September 30th, 2004.
And if you would, please turn to the next, or to Exhibit B5 and identify the second page of that exhibit.
B5, second page is the complaint.
And I believe we've gone over the charges, but if you would, please list the charges that Mrs. Bishop is here today on.
Charge 1, Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1C, in that the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of a person under the licensee's care. Charge 2, Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-11, in that the respondent has engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely 30 Mississippi Administrative Code PT 2820 R 1.2Y, intentionally or negligently causing or allowing others to physically, sexually, emotionally, or verbally abuse a patient.
And if you would you please tell the board panel what the additional facts listed in support of these charges are in the complaint?
The additional facts are the respondent was employed as an LPN at Canton Manor in Canton, Mississippi on or about January 13th, 2022. The respondent was observed on surveillance coverage, propping open a door of the facility and proceeding outside approximately 4:07 a.m. The respondent's statement indicated that she had gone outside to take a smoke break and that a male later identified as Antoine Harris walked by her and that she thought he was a new worker at the facility. At approximately 4:16 a.m., surveillance coverage shows the male enters the facility through the same door that was propped open by the respondent. At 4:21 a.m., the male entered a resident's room and sexually assaulted the resident. The male exited the resident's room at approximately 5 a.m. The male was escorted out of the facility at 5:24 a.m. by the respondent. The respondent was terminated from Canton Manor on or about January 15th, 2022.
Mrs. Jones, if you would turn to what's also been marked as B9 and identify that document, please.
Okay, B9 is an email statement from Brandon Bishop to Tawanda Jones.
So this statement was provided to you by Mrs. Bishop.
That is correct.
And what's the date of this statement?
The date of the statement is February 3rd, 2022.
February 3rd, 2022. Okay. And if you would, please.
Well, the actual date in the sent part of the email is February 6th, 2022 at 8:20 p.m.
But she dated it the 3rd.
Third, her
and this-
statement is dated on the 3rd.
Okay, and if you would, please tell us what this statement indicates and what she told you about the incident.
This statement was emailed to me where she explained that she propped open the door and she was out for her early morning smoke break. A male approached her, spoke, and he entered the building and the door in which was held propped open. It says, and it just goes into detail about how she came out of her office, and she was talking, the staff was talking in the hall about a male that they did not recognize. So she went and looking for the male in the hallway. She found him, questioned him, and he said he was there for employment. He mentioned several names that were familiar. And then she said, well, because no one knows you, we're gonna have to walk you out. So she walked him back out of the door in which he entered.
Thank you. So in her statement, she mentions that she had gone outside for a smoke break. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If you would turn to B10 and identify that document, please.
B10 is Canton Manor policy regarding smoking.
And what are the two areas listed in this policy where smoking is allowed?
The two designated areas listed in the policy are number one, the central records patio, number two, the practical art patio.
And do you know which patio she was on at the time of this incident, Ms. Bishop?
She was on the practical art patio.
So Ms. Bishop was in a designated smoking area at the time, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have an opportunity during your investigation to speak to Mrs. Bishop about what happened?
I did.
Okay, and just tell us what she told you during that investigation.
Well, she told me that she went out for her break to smoke. She went out the side door and she propped the door open. And when asked why was it propped open, she said that that area was considered a not safe area where the facility was located. So she propped open the door because sometimes in trying to get back in, no one would hear her. Or if she went to the front door, no one was available to let her in. So she propped the door open because it was considered to be an unsafe area.
So she told you, just so I have this correct, she told you that she propped the door open because she sometimes wasn't able to knock at that door and get back in,
That's correct.
or because she was unable to get in at the front door.
That's correct.
And if you would, please turn to what's been marked as B11 and identify that document as well.
B11 is Canton Manor policy regarding how visitors should enter the facility.
And looking at number one, where do visitors enter the facility?
All visitors to the facility will report to the front office upon entering and leaving the facility.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
You want me to read it in its entirety?
No. And in looking at number 10 of this policy, could you also tell us what the policy is related to smoking?
Item number 10 indicates that smoking for all staff and clients will be allowed only in the designated smoking area.
And I believe you testified previously that Ms. Bishop was in a designated smoking area, correct?
That's correct.
But the visitor policy for the facility states what?
That policy states that all visitors to the staff will report to the front office and coming into the facility and also exiting the facility.
And if you would look at exhibit B12 and identify that document, please.
B12 is Canton Manor policy regarding rules for faculty, employees, and contract staff.
And if you would, please tell us what that first point under this policy states.
The first bullet point states that all visitors must use the front entrance door of the facility. If you are an employee, but you are not on the clock working, then you are considered a visitor.
Would please turn to B13 and identify that document, please.
B13 is a letter from Peggy Stokes, who is the administrator for Canton Manor, dated February 2nd, 2022. And she is explaining questions that I have regarding a job description, policy and procedure as far as it goes with propping open a door. She indicated that the job description for Ms. Bishop, they did not have because she was a contract employee, and the policy and procedure as it goes to propping open a door, there was nothing in writing regarding that. However, that door is locked with an alarm on it so that when that door is open, the alarm goes off.
And do you know if the facility then checked to see if the alarm was functional at the time of the alleged incident?
Yes, the administrator I want to say on January 15th, called out a company to check the system to make sure that the alarms on the door were in working order.
If you would look at the next page of exhibit B13 and identify that document.
That's a document from Safe Care Solutions dated 1/24/22 for Canton Manor. The problem is the system checks for all doors. The service is check locking and alarm functions of all door as well as tested fire drops. All systems work properly.
So on January 24, 22, the alarms and doors and locks were checked and they were functioning properly at that time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And during this investigation, were you able to review or obtain surveillance coverage of Mr. Harris entering the facility?
I reviewed the video surveillance.
And the coverage that was, I believe it's been entered today as exhibit B31. Could you tell this board panel how you obtained that coverage?
That was part of the documents that I requested to get copies of in the course of the investigation.
And did you obtain that coverage during the ordinary course of your investigation with the
Yes.
board?
Yes,
And is the coverage that has been entered today as exhibit B31 a true and correct copy of the coverage that you received from the facility?
yes.
We are going to proceed with playing coverage. of this incident. Mrs. Montgomery, would you like me to navigate? Okay, I'm gonna try to ask the questions from over there. Okay. Bear with me, I'm a little technically challenged. We're gonna first turn to camera 12, which is saved as camera 2. You're gonna proceed to. If you would, Mrs. Jones, please identify the camera number in the upper left-hand corner.
That's camera 12.
And if you would, please identify the date and the current time that you see on the screen.
The date is January 13th, 2022 at 4:07 AM.
We're going to proceed to 4:07:29. And I'll pause. And I'd like you to tell us what we see at that time.
You see Ms. Bishop in the bottom right-hand corner, walking towards the double doors.
And is that the same individual that's present here today before this board?
It is.
If you would, I'm going to begin playing and if you will narrate what Ms. Bishop does, please.
Okay. She's proceeding to the double doors. She goes to a code on the wall. She opens the door,
I'm going to pause. You tell us the time that's indicated on the video, please, for the record.
7:39 AM.
I believe it's 4:07.
You're right.
39 seconds. Is that correct?
4:07 and 39 seconds.
Please continue.
She's going out the door. She's using her left foot to get something from behind that door. She's putting it in the doorway. Now the door is propped open.
Now fast forward to 4:16:37.
There,
We'll go back to 4:16:27. I'm gonna begin playing. Please narrate. If you need me to pause, please tell me to do so.
at 4:16:35 AM, the door opens. There's a black male entering with street clothes on. walking towards the intersection of the hallways.
Could you tell me, does he move the mat back out of the door or does the door remain propped
The
open?
door remains propped open.
And what is he doing now?
He's looking to his left, right,
But 416-43, he looks to the left and the right.
right, correct.
Tell us how, okay, who is this individual that came through the door? What does your investigation show?
That's Antoine Harris.
And tell us how he is dressed.
He has on white tennis shoes, ripped black jeans, cohort sweatshirt, and a beanie, red beanie.
Is he wearing a mask?
No mask, no badge, nothing. Turns and goes down the hall while looking back.
If you would, I believe you testified earlier that the door was propped open by Mrs. Bishop at 4:07 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we're now at 4:16 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did your review of surveillance coverage show Ms. Bishop come back into the facility at any point between 4:07 and 4:16?
No,
Continue to fast forward this to the end of the video. You would tell us what the time is at the end of the video.
4:17:56 a.m.
And did you see Ms. Bishop return?
No.
And does the door still remain propped open?
Doors propped up.
We're gonna now switch to the second camera coverage. Just so we're clear, on the previous coverage, it went from 4:07 to about 4:18. So how many minutes is that?
Probably about 6 or 7 minutes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
6 or 7 minutes.
From 4:07 to 4:18.
No, probably more like 9 minutes, 11 minutes.
Now we're switching to camera 16. And if you would, please identify what the camera marking is in the upper left-hand corner for the record.
Camera 16,
And could you tell us the date of this video?
January 13, 2022.
I'm gonna go back to the beginning, and if you could tell us what the timestamp is at the beginning of this video, approximately.
4:20 and 11 seconds a.m.
I'm gonna fast forward just for purposes of time to almost 4:21, and if you would begin narrating what you see on the video, Ms. Jones.
Okay, you see the black male in the left bottom corner. He's looking back as he enter in the view of camera 16 inside the facility.
And what is the time that he comes into view?
4:21:03 a.m.
And is this the same individual that we saw on camera 12 previously?
Yes,
And what is he wearing in this photo?
sweatshirt and a beanie and black slacks, white tennis shoes.
What is
He's
he-
looking around the corner over near the nurse's cart. Then he proceeds down the hall. He's looking at something in his hand. He stops in front of the door.
And at 4:21:16, you said he stopped in front of a door. What is this door?
That's a door to the residence room.
Please tell me what happens at 4:21:25.
He's still standing in front of the door. So now he is entering the door of the resident. The door closes.
And the door closes at approximately what time?
Approximately 4:20:37 a.m.
I'm going to fast forward to 4:24. I'd like you to tell me what you see happen with that door at that time.
The door to the residence room opens,
Okay. And that's at about approximately what time?
4:24:50 a.m.
Then what happens?
Close. Door closes.
And then I'm gonna fast forward to 4:26. 55. Please tell us what occurs at approximately 4:26:55.
The door opens again. And it closes. Closes completely.
Fast forward to 4:28. 26.
It's open again.
4:28, what's the time?
4:28:05.
Narrate and tell us what occurs again.
The door opens again at 4:28:21. Closes at 4:28:32.
And you aren't able to tell from this coverage whether that's the resident trying to open the door or the intruder. Is that correct?
Correct.
Going to proceed to 4:41.
Okay, there's. Okay,
4:41:36:37. Please tell us what you see. At approximately 4:41:47.
staff passes by the resident's door.
And at 4:42:13.
Staff is at the nursing cart. Staff passing.
Go back just a little bit before it.
There's a nurse at the nurse's station,
And this nurse's station is how far from that door?
maybe 10 feet from the door, the resident's door.
At 4:46.
She's back at the cart, med cart.
Throughout this time, we see various staff that walk by that door. Is that correct?
That's correct. She goes over, Another staff has laundry in her hand. She went over and turned on the lights.
So your review of surveillance coverage, you see staff in and around this area. I'm not gonna go through each and every instance, but is that a fair characterization of what you reviewed?
Yes.
And we're gonna proceed to 5534.
The nurse goes into the resident's room.
Please narrate this for me. You need me to
Nurse
pause.
has the medication cart. She goes into the resident's room.
And this nurse was later identified as who?
It's Tillis, Nurse Tillis.
Maggie Tillis? Yes. And how long does she remain in that room? Please narrate when she exits. the
Okay,
room.
I'll tell you when she exited out. She's exiting out of the room at 4:55:49.
Now, in your review of surveillance coverage, when this nurse went into this resident's room, had you seen Mr. Harris exit the room at any point yet?
No,
And is there any other way to exit that room other than the door that we see in this video?
no, there's one way in and one way out of the bedroom.
And I believe you testified at approximately 4:55:49, the nurse is seen exiting the room. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we're gonna proceed to 4:58:29. Please narrate what occurs at 4:58:29.
The door opens. Staff pass by the door.
So staff passes by. Is that correct? That's correct. And then what happens with the door?
Open. Was cracked.
Approximately 4:58:50, did the staff member disappear from the screen?
She did.
And if you would, please tell me what happens at 5 a.m. and 8 seconds.
She's back at the medication cart.
As I'm scrolling through, we're getting to 5:59:44. Do you still see the nurse?
I do.
Is the door still cracked open?
The door is still cracked. Another staff comes down the hall. They both pass by the resident's door. The door is open at 5 o'clock. And then the male is exiting the room. He's looking both ways. And then he's out of the sight of camera 16.
Mrs. Jones, what did your investigation reveal happened during that 40 minutes that Mr. Harris was in the patient's room or the resident's room?
during the course of the investigation, it was determined that the resident was sexually assaulted.
And did he leave the facility as soon as this assault was over?
No, he did not. He was noticed by other staff member walking the hallway. Someone actually approached him and asked him his name. He said he was there for training and that he called out names, some names of staff members that were familiar. So one person told him, you need to go to the training room until we find out about why you're here. So he was instructed to go to that training room. And that person started calling around to verify if in fact he was a contract employee that was sent there for a training session. And it was determined that he was not.
Now, the file contains several statements that you obtained in the course of your investigation, and for purposes of time, I'm not going to go through each one, but I would ask you to turn to B17. And identify this particular statement.
Which is the council.
B17.
Okay, B17 is a statement from Miss Bianca Terrence.
And what's the date of this statement?
The date of the statement is 1/13/2022.
And could you tell the board panel what her statement was related to this incident?
Okay, it says on January 13th, 2022, I was called by a staff member, S. Brown, stating that a strange man was on the woman's hall. I asked who he was and where he came from. She stated the nurse who went outside smoking, and that he just came in from the door being propped open. He stated he was there to train with Florida FC and Miss Davis. I told him I didn't know her and I would, while he was there so early, I also asked if he didn't need to be in on the hot. I also said he didn't need to be in on the halls and to go to the conference room. At 5:14 a.m., I text my administrator, Penny Stokes, to let her know what was going on. She instructed me to call the FC director, and I did. She spoke with someone at that facility and learned that he was not an employee of that staffing agency. She called Canton Manor and told them to call the police. At 5:29 a.m., Brown called me back and said the female resident stated he hurt me down there. I then phoned the administrator and told her, and she stated she was on her way to Canton Manor.
Please turn to exhibit B28. And identify that document, please.
B28 is the Canton Police Department Police Report.
And I'm going to ask you to turn to the fourth page of B28 and ID the author and the date that document was generated.
The police report was generated by investigator Walker. And the date entered is 1/13/2022.
And if you would, just please kind of summarize what he highlights in his report.
Okay, so what's in the police report, second paragraph, about midways, it says around 4:21 hours, I observed the officer walk into a room 128. Walk into room 126, which was occupied by the victim. The offender did not exit the room until 5 o'clock hours, where he was confronted by Antoinette Harris shortly after. And then if we skip to the third paragraph, first couple of sentences. It says, Ms. Harris stated the offender was escorted out of the building by Brandy Bishop, a nurse on staff. I spoke with Ms. Bishop, who stated that she was out back taking a smoke break when she propped the back door open. The offender said hello and entered the building. Ms. Bishop stated the offender advised her that his name was Dion Burton and Cortez Dean referred him. Ms. Bishop stated that the offender had an unknown tattoo underneath his right eye. The complainant advised 2 staff members did a physical observation of the victim. That is when they observed a condom inside the trash can in the victim's room. She observed a gold-colored Magnum condom wrapper next to the used condom with semen inside of it in the trash can.
Would you turn to Exhibit B26 and identify that document, please?
B26 is a resident report from Canton Manor.
Please tell us what that says and who authored that report and the date of the report.
The date of the report is January 13th, 2022. The author of the report is Bianca Terrence. And in her report, she states, well, in the brief description of the incident states that an unknown male came in her room and hurt me down there. And then at the end, for the final disposition, it says unknown man entered Canton Manor through the side door, proceeded to the female unit, entered the room. Staff noticed the male and asked the unknown male questions concerning the employment.
After it was discovered that this intruder was in the building, and after it was reported by the resident that she was hurt, what did the facility do?
Okay, once all of that was established, the police, well, the investigator with the Canton Police Department advised that the patient go to UMMC for a rape kit, and the patient was transported to UMMC.
And if you would, please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B8 and identify what this exhibit is, please.
B8 is a medical record for the resident from the University of Mississippi Medical Center. Admission date 1/13/2022.
If you would turn into what is the third page of this report. Please tell us what she presented to UMMC for the resident.
Okay, on page 3, under history, it says sexual assault. It says that this 26-year-old female developmental delay presenting after being sexually assaulted. History is obtained from the patient and the behavior therapist from the nursing home. It reports a tall man came into her room, grabbed her left arm. Staff related that the resident had previously reported him hurting her down there and stated that the assailant put something in her basket, and the nursing home staff clarified that they found the condom wrapper in the wastebasket.
And if you would, please turn to what is marked page 6 of B8. Looking towards the bottom of this record, could you tell us what the complaint is again?
Okay, the emergency medicine attending physician note states that the patient is a 26-year-old female presenting with complaint of possible sexual assault. Patient states a man came in her room, stuck his penis in her vagina and held her down. Her left arm hurts. She is developmentally delayed and on the autism spectrum. And we want the.
Thank you. And did the resident ultimately return to the facility after she was treated at UMMC?
Yes, the resident came back to the facility.
You would please turn to what has been marked as Exhibit B22 and identify that document, please.
Exhibit B22 is a forensic interview report from Parker Children's Center dated January 26, 2022. Allegation is sexual. Alleged perpetrator is Antoine Harris. Then the findings are that the resident, though there were people that accompanied the patient to the interview room. And what the resident disclosed was a Black male came into her room, hurt me down there, identified down there as the vagina and a female anatomical drawing. She also identified what she meant by down there. She also stated that he kissed my lips and my boobs and he hurt me while pointing to her vagina.
And when was this interview conducted?
January 26, 2022.
And it was a forensic interview synopsis from the Parker Children's Center, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you obtained this during the course of your investigation?
Yes,
And it's a true and correct copy of what you obtained?
yes.
If you would, please look at Exhibit B21 and identify that document, please.
B21 is Canton Police Department suspect statement.
And if you would, in looking at this statement, would you please tell us what the intruder gave as his reason for being at this facility?
Okay, the intruder informed the investigator Walker that he dropped off a young lady named Leah Scott. She stated her car was not working and that he had been taking her for about a week now.
And did he admit to going inside Canton Manor?
Yes, he indicated that he did go inside to use the restroom and wait in the lobby.
And when he was asked if he went into any of the patients' or residents' rooms, what did he respond?
He said he went into one or two rooms.
So he went in, he admitted to going into more than just this particular resident's room.
That's what's in his statement.
And did he also deny having sexual relations with any patient there?
He did.
Do you know if he's been subsequently charged?
Yes, he was charged and sentenced to 40 years for the
So he-
sexual assault.
So he's been convicted then?
Yes.
And lastly, I'd ask you to look at what's been marked as Exhibit B20. We're not going to read through all the details in these notes. During your review, well, please identify what a B20 is.
B20 are the nursing notes for the resident.
And is your review of these nurses' notes consistent with the facts that in the timeline that we've discussed previously?
Yes.
And what did your investigation ultimately determine about Mrs. Bishop's actions?
Well, because of the propped open door at the facility, the intruder was able to gain access inside of the building and to proceed into the resident's room and to do harm to the resident.
No further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Alden. Your witness, counsel.
Good morning, Ms. Jones.
Good morning.
I'm Gene Naylor, and I'm here on behalf of Brandy Bishop. As I understand your testimony this morning, your investigation follows the generation of a complaint by counsel for the nursing board, correct?
Yes.
And it's your job to to find facts which you think will support the charges that are generated in that complaint that's been presented to you.
Correct.
And in this particular case, what you did, as I understand, is you contacted individuals and then you gathered some of the facts, the statements and materials that are, many of which are contained in the notebooks of exhibits. Is that correct? Other than the communications that you had with the individuals to obtain their statements, did you actually interview anyone?
I interviewed Miss Bishop,
Other than,
and the police officer that actually conducted and the attorney general investigated.
okay. Insofar as any other facility personnel, you did not conduct any interviews.
The administrator of the facility.
And that was Miss Penny Stokes, correct? And among the things that Miss Stokes provided you in response to your request was an explanation in a letter that I think is included in the board's packet at B13. And that is a letter that's dated February the 2nd of 2022, where she confirmed that because Ms. Bishop was a agency hire, she was not provided the job description, signed job description duties.
That's correct.
And she also discussed in her letter to you in the second bullet point, policies and procedures as it pertains to the allegation. That would be the allegation in this case, correct? And the first thing that she says is that at the time of the incident on January 13, 2022, there was no policy on not propping open locked doors. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you investigate with her why there's no policy on propping open locked doors?
Well, I asked her the question. That's what prompted the letter to me because I requested policy as it relates to that.
All right. And that was her answer, that there is no policy on not propping doors open.
That's correct.
Okay. And then she also goes on to state, however, it is important to note that every locked door signals an ongoing alarm after it's open for 10 seconds or longer as the door remains open. Correct?
Correct.
And I've looked at all of the statements that you obtained from the staff at the facility. None of them mention an alarm, but more importantly, none of them mention responding to an alarm. Did they?
No, they did not.
Did you, in the course of your preparation for your testimony today, did you look at the affidavit of Miss Kimberly Squires, LPN, that is marked as Respondents Exhibit number 2?
Okay, I looked at it yesterday, yes.
And you note in paragraph 5 of her affidavit that there was no facility policy on not propping open locked doors, and this practice was not discouraged by the administration. When this door was propped, a nearby buzzing door alarm sounded, but it was not uncommon occurrence, and there was no facility policy directing employees to survey the building or to respond to a prop door alarm. Employees regularly ignored this alarm because it knew that it meant that an employee had propped the door smoking. Did I read that affidavit correctly?
That's what's in her affidavit.
And none of the other statements that you have any facts to the contrary, do they?
No.
Okay.
Not about an alarm.
So whether the alarm was working or not, we do know that no other staff in the facility responded to it. Miss Stokes also gave you a letter which is marked as at B19, where she was responding to your inquiry. Are you familiar with that letter? And that's that letter. The date of the report is 1/18 of 2022, and that is B19.
Yes, okay. What was your question again? I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make sure, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to get familiar with her letter to, as B19 among the board's exhibits.
CB 19.
And as she's discussing the events, she also notes that during the time that during this time, staff were noted in the vicinity. Even the nurse standing about 6 feet away from the door much of the time. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
And in the video that we just saw, not only was there staff within vicinity of the room, staff actually went in the room
That's correct.
while the perpetrator was apparently in the room, according to your investigation.
Correct.
And did you examine this room to know what the layout is?
No, I did not. That particular room.
But we do know that there was a staff member, because we have a video that was in the room at the time that the perpetrator was still in the room.
Correct.
And based on the video that we saw, that staff member took no action whatsoever to excuse this gentleman from the building.
No,
And then in the statement, she further notes that the staff person assigned to provide supervision, agency CNA Lowenstein Hall, did not perform 15-minute bed checks. The bed checks that was a policy for the CNAs, correct?
that's correct.
That was also not done by the facility,
Correct.
correct? And we see that in the video, but no one went in the room on a 15-minute interval.
That's correct.
And in her letter to you, that same letter, she discusses things that need to be done in remediation. Do you see that at the bottom of the first page and
do.
continuing into the second page?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the remediations that she noted that would, as you, an investigator, would note to be a facility issue, is retraining the staff on accountability, including 15-minute bed checks at night. Did I read that correct?
That is correct.
And that was a facility issue, correct?
That's correct.
And then she also notes that there has to be retraining of the staff accountability, not to prop open doors and circumvent safety measures. And that would be consistent with the fact that they needed to do that since the facility did not have a policy against propping the door open in the first place, correct?
That is one of her bullets in her letter.
She also discusses some other ideas for the doors and the keypads. And you note that in the second bullet point on the second page of her letter, where she's discussing having the security company view alternatives, she notes that she was going to get a written proposal for, among other things, key fobs. Did you investigate why there would be a need for key fobs when they have keypads?
No,
And again, looking at Kimberly Squires' affidavit, who was a co-employee, she points out, does she not, that the employees of the facility were not given a code to re-enter the building, correct? And that's in paragraph 3.
3,
Yes, ma'am.
that's correct.
And that to enter the building, you had to either knock on the door or you re-entered by way of the same way you came in, but using the prop door, correct?
That's correct.
And so one of the curative measures that the facility recognized was that it probably needed to look at key fobs. That's what she says in her letter, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you were discussing a little bit about the policy regarding visitors to the facility. This gentleman did not present as a visitor to the facility, did he?
Well, I don't know. I just know he entered from a side door.
But based on the entirety of all of the statements that are contained in the board's packet, there is not one individual who said that this person approached Canton Manor as a visitor.
No, they did not recognize who he was, had not seen him before.
And we'll get to that in a minute, but in terms of what everyone thought he was, everyone that gave a statement, which was included in your investigative materials, concluded that at least his presentation was he was there to work.
Right, that is what he presented.
So he never presented himself as a visitor.
Not from the information that I gleaned.
And the visitor's policy pertains to people who are coming to visit residents, correct?
I would assume that.
Okay. Now, in terms of what of what was observed about this individual, you did have you did include several statements that of various individuals in the facility that worked at the facility, correct?
That's correct.
And they gave you their statement as to what the events took place in their presence, correct?
Correct.
And we've looked at the videos and we know that this gentleman entered the building sometime around 4 o'clock,
Correct.
correct? So when we look at the composite of exhibits under tab number B18, we see the statements of the various employees. And the first employee that encountered him was Shawanda Brown. And Shawanda tells us that she stepped out of a room after 4 a.m. You read that?
I'm getting to it.
All right.
Exhibit, is it?
It's B18, as Shawanda Brown, date of interview, January 13, 2022.
Okay, I have it.
Okay, and in the very first sentence, she says, I stepped out the room after 4 a.m. and man was standing on the women's hall, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and he was in the hallways before he entered this room, correct? I'd never seen him before, and so I asked him who he was, and he said he was supposed to start working. Correct? Now, I'm reading that correctly.
That is correct.
And then she goes on to say that she went to call I think it's Veronica to let her know about the guy in the building. We told him to sit in a conference room, and when we turned around, he was gone again. We looked around for him, but we couldn't find him. But after a minute, he came from the men's hall again and said that Nakadoris had hired him, and he was there for training. He was from FC, which is Florida Care, correct?
That's correct.
And that is a recognized vendor of Canton Manor, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what she did is she said that he got a paper, he had some papers in the car and he was going to go get them. But she could not account for his whereabouts after that, could she?
No.
She didn't escort him out of the building, did she?
No.
And then in about the same period of time, we hear from LaShunda Wilkerson, and that is also under B18, and her statement on January 13.
Trying to find it, I'm sorry. B17?
Yes, I think it's B18. These are all under B18, I believe.
What was the name again? I'm sorry.
LaShunda Wilkerson. CNA.
Okay.
And Miss Wilkerson states that she walked out of a room and overheard Miss Harris talking to someone that was standing next to the door room with the light off. And she confronted him, received the same story, and further down in the statement, she states that Miss Harris then had the young man to go to the conference room. When we turned around, the young man was gone. So Miss LaShunda Wilkerson encountered this gentleman shortly after 4 o'clock and did not escort him out of the building.
Correct.
Then we have Miss Antoinette Harris. Her statement is under B18. She's the supervisor.
Under B18, I did see one statement.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Let's see. Under B, I apologize. These should be B16. 16 is where the collection of these statements.
I just wanted it clear for the record.
I apologize for any miscommunication. And I apologize to you too, Mr. Jones. Did you find Miss Antoinette Harris's
I have it.
statement? And she says that she was sitting at the supervisor's desk around 4:50 and someone came looking for garbage bags and none of it was in the office. At the bottom of her statement, she states that the man was instructed to the training room, but later left out and went to the men's side. And so he was standing in Amy room and was escorted back up the hallway with a nurse. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, the nurse that finally escorted that escorted Mr. this gentleman from the building was in fact stuff, was it not?
Wait, the air came on the tail end of your question. I didn't.
Okay. The individual who actually caused this gentleman to exit the building was Miss Bishop herself, wasn't it?
Correct.
In fact, she stated to you in the statement at B9 that she went that someone mentioned a name Cortez. Cortez is a DSP supervisor. The man in question told the other workers that Cortez had hired him and he now worked at Canton Manor. They didn't ask his name. I went to find him on Unit B, which is the men's unit. I asked him for his name. He mumbled something. I told him, no, you need to say where I can hear it and understand you. He then said, my name is Dion Burton. I told him the best thing for him to do is leave the building and call or come back around 8 o'clock to talk to Cortez and get this straightened out because no one knew who he was. I then escorted him out of the building using the same door he came in. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. And there were also other individuals who encountered this gentleman, none of whom took any control or escorted him out of the building. Is that correct?
Right. Ms. Bishop was the only person to escort him out of the building.
And additional individuals who saw him before he entered the residence room was Quenisha Caldwell, and her statement is at B16.
Okay.
And she says that around 4 something in the morning, a dark male with a gray hoodie on looked inside a resident's room and asked what I was doing. I then stated I was watching the resident. So he closed the door and opened it up again. And I looked at him. Like I said, no reason. I just never seen you before. I then got up, looked around, sat back down. The male also came in another resident's room and asked what time I go on break. And have I been on break? The male then left out the door and I ain't seen him again. And that was the totality of this CNA's encounter with this gentleman while, again, before he's undertaken this act, correct?
Well, she had contact with him, correct?
And Oniki Okoye under B16 gave her version of her encounter with this gentleman. I saw some random guy come onto the hall. I didn't know who he was or who he worked for. He claimed he worked for Florida Care and was called by Cortez to come to work at 5:15. No other staff or supervisor knew who he was. I saw he kept going in and out of other patient rooms. This lady took no action watching this happen. At this gentleman, O'Neill, took no action watching this gentleman go in and out of patient rooms, correct?
That's correct.
After receiving the affidavit of affidavits of Kimberly Squires and Richie Ann Keller, which are included in respondents exhibits 1 and 2 respectively, did you conduct any further investigation?
I was pointing her to respondents exhibit. Do you mind
No,
asking
no
that
problem.
question again?
No, no, I just wanted to know, did you conduct any investigation after you received these affidavits?
No.
Okay. And you have no facts to contradict what's contained in either one of these affidavits, do you?
No.
And regarding the testimony that you gave to the board earlier about this gentleman approaching the facility, he didn't have any insignia. It's true, is it not, that Canton Manor does not require name badges or insignia?
Now that I cannot answer that.
And as Ms. Squires notes, there are no required uniforms at Canton Manor. And while nursing personnel typically wore surgical scrubs, the other facility and non-clinical staff, including DSP employees, routinely wore casual street clothes or whatever was comfortable to them. Canton Manor did not issue or require name badges or insignia to be worn on clothes to identify the name or staff position of employees at the facility. It was not uncommon not to recognize DSP employees because there was frequent turnover at Canton Manor for those employees. Did I read that correctly?
You did, and that's what Ms. Bishop explained to me as well.
And that's your understanding of the operations at Canton Manor, correct?
Based on what Mrs. Bishop explained to me.
Well, looking at the totality of the information you've gathered in your investigation, I see nothing to the contrary. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct.
Do you know Miss Richie Ann Keller?
Do I know her?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I do not.
She is currently the director at Vicksburg Convalescent Center, and who currently employs Miss Bishop. And she, in her affidavit of having worked with Miss Bishop for 9 years and currently employing Miss Bishop, she notes that Ms. Bishop has conducted herself professionally and in a manner consistent with the health and safety of residents. And she's never been the subject of discipline at our facility, and throughout her service as an LPN has been nothing but a model employee. Did I read that correctly?
That's what's in her statement.
You would agree with me, would you not, that that's important information for the board to consider in this case?
Well, she doesn't have a discipline on her license as of today.
I'm sorry?
No, she does not have a discipline.
Okay. Excuse me one moment, please. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness from the panel?
Ms. Jones, what size facility is Canton Manor? Is it
I don't
60
know.
bed, 120
I
bed?
don't know the number of beds in the facility, no.
Okay, all
I
right.
have been there. It's not a huge facility, but I cannot give you a specific as far as the number of beds.
Are you aware if the facility underwent a survey as a result of this? A state survey?
I do know it was reported to the Mississippi Department of Health, but when I completed my investigation at that point, they had not come up with a resolution. I don't even know if they had made a visit.
But this is a licensed nursing home, correct? It
licensed
falls
nursing
under the minimum standards of the state of
Yes.
Mississippi.
Yes.
And in this facility, is it, is the population segregated male versus female?
It is. They have a male hall and they have a female hall.
And is there somewhat of a space between the male hall and the female hall?
Out more of it like a hallway.
Just trying to get a lay of the land. Or did you tour the facility?
I have been to the facility. I did not go over the entire facility, but I have been to the.
How many
facility.
nurses stations did you see at that facility?
Now, I cannot answer that honest.
Okay. That's all I have.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, Ms. Salzman?
No, Your Honor.
Do we anticipate any further testimony from this witness?
I do not.
May be excused. Anything further from the state at this time?
No, Your Honor.
I think before we move to counsel for the licensee, we'll take a 10-minute recess.
Randy Bishop to testify. Ms. Bishop, would you state your full name for the record?
Brandon Wright Bishop,
And how old are you, Ms. Bishop?
Sorry, we're gonna need to move a little closer to the mic.
Brandon Wright Bishop,
And what's your date of birth?
August 14th, 1974. I'm 48 years old.
Tell us about your educational background, if you would.
I completed high school at St. Aloysius High School in Vicksburg, Mississippi in 1992. And later in 2003, I attended Hines Community College for the PN nursing program, where I graduated in 2004.
And what made you decide to become?
Well, throughout my life, I've had several different types of jobs, from working in restaurants to furniture stores as a secretary, and I always knew that I wanted to take care of people. Sorry. And then I finally was able to go to school when I was 30 years old to do just that. So I've always loved taking care of people.
Do you have any family, Ms. Bishop?
I do. I have one daughter. She's 25. Her name's Olivia. And she's a server at the Biscuit Company in Vicksburg, Mississippi. And I also have a granddaughter named Luna, and she's almost 15 months old. And they both live with me. I'm so sorry. And I pay all the bills at our house and provide all the food and whatever Luna may need, extra like clothing and things like that.
Where do you currently live?
At 1601 Chambers Street in Vicksburg, Mississippi.
And do you own that house or you rent it?
I rent it.
And who lives with you at that house?
My daughter and granddaughter.
And how long have they lived with you?
They've lived with me for, my granddaughter only a little over a year, and my daughter for a few years now.
How long have you worked as an LPN?
For 18 years.
And where all have you worked as an LPN?
My first job right out of nursing school was at Promise Specialty Hospital in Vicksburg. It's a long-term acute care facility. I worked at Vicksburg Convalescent Home for a little over 9 years. And then in May of 2016, I started travel nursing, and I worked in Maine, Wisconsin, Vermont, North Dakota, South Carolina, North Carolina, Mississippi.
And where are you currently working?
I took a permanent job back at Vicksburg Convalescent Home in June of this year.
And what's your current work schedule like?
I'm a full-time employee, but lately I've been working lots of overtime because we are down a few nurses. So I try to be as flexible as possible to help out when I can.
Okay, do you remember the date of the event about which we're here today?
Yes, it was January 13th, 2022.
And where did it happen at?
Canton Manor in Canton, Mississippi.
And how were you affiliated with Canton Manor at the time?
I was an agency contract worker through Fusion Medical, a staffing agency, national staffing agency.
And prior to your assignment at Canton Manor, how long had you been working for Fusion Medical?
About 2 years.
Where else had Fusion Medical assigned you to work other than Canton Manor?
Vermont, Maine, Wisconsin,
Had
North
Fusion-
Carolina.
Had Fusion Medical assigned you to work anywhere else in Mississippi other than Canton Manor?
No,
And how long at the time this event happened had you worked at Canton Manor?
about 3 months.
So on the day of this particular event, what shift were you working at Canton Manor?
I worked 16-hour shifts, which consisted of a 3 to 11 and 11 to 7 shift.
And which shift were you working at the time that this event happened?
I was on the downside of the 11 to 7 part of my shift.
All right, if you would, explain to the board circumstances under which you first encountered Harris at Canton Manor.
A little after 4 a.m., I went out to the Practical Arts patio, which was the designated smoking area, to take a 15-minute break. I had propped the door open with the broom handle that had been there since I started working there for that purpose. I sat at a table, cement table that was about 2 feet away from the door. And I noticed a man walking from employee parking up the sidewalk with purpose. He seemed normal and just said, "Hey, how you doing?" Like it was a normal day, you know, and I responded, "How are you?" And he just went inside.
Now, as I understand it, the doors were equipped, including the side door was equipped with keypad entries on both the interior and the exterior.
Correct.
And how were you able to exit Canton Manor side door?
We did have a code to exit the doors, but we didn't have one to get back in.
Were you ever told why employees were not given a code to re-enter the exterior of the building from the side door?
No, I asked several employees if they had a code and they, you know, just didn't tell it to me when I started. And they said, "We've never had a code. They don't give us a code."
So if an employee was to exit the facility from that side door, in what ways would they re-enter if they needed to?
One of two ways: you would have to prop it open with the broom handle provided, or bang on the door until hopefully someone heard you and let you back in.
Now, were there ever occasions where you banged on the door to try to be let back in?
Yes,
And how long would it take sometimes to re-enter the building if you left and had to bang on the door?
anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes.
Now, I've read somewhere that an alarm would sound if the door was propped open. Can you tell me why that was?
Because it was a locked door and that would alarm us to make sure no residents got out of the building.
Was it common to hear an alarm going off for this particular side door?
Yes,
And in occasions where you heard the alarm going off on the side door, what did that tell you?
that told me that someone was outside either on their break or with a resident for their smoking break.
So to you, an alarm on the side door was never a cause for concern, was it?
No, because the table was so close to the door, anyone would have been seen exiting or entering the door from where the tables were situated on the patio.
Now, who used this side door at Canton Manor to enter the facility?
Employees used it sometimes. They would either bang on the door or come in if it were already propped open.
Now, did you ever observe visitors use this side door to enter the facility?
No, I didn't.
Now, you testified you saw Mr. Harris entering from a parking lot. Can you tell me about that parking lot?
The parking lot wasn't well lit. If you're sitting at the tables, the parking lot and the walkway are to your left and the door is right here to your right, a little behind you.
Now, can you tell me where in relation to the door you were at the time you were smoking a cigarette?
The door, can I use my hands? The door is here and I was about right here,
So how far, what distance were you from the prop door?
maybe about 2 feet, if that much.
Is it true that anyone entering or exiting the door, you would have almost certainly encountered them?
That is absolutely true.
Would it have been possible for residents to exit the facility while you were sitting there without you noticing them or encountering them?
Not at all.
Would it have been possible for anyone to enter the building from that side door while you were sitting there without you encountering them?
No,
Do you remember Mr. Harris, what Harris was wearing at the time you encountered him?
he was wearing a light brown Carhartt hoodie. He had on dark jeans that were ripped in the front and that made them appear like a white stripe down the front. He also had on white tennis shoes and a hat.
Now, was there anything about about Antoine Harris's appearance that caused you concern?
No, we have a lot of agency that worked at Canton Manor at that time. And most of them wore street clothes, so it wasn't out of the ordinary to see another man come up in street clothes. And previous week, we had had a couple of new male DSPs and they too wore street clothes. So I thought he was just coming into work. Also maintenance or dietary and sometimes laundry, they also wore street clothes.
Was there anything about Harris's demeanor that suggested to you that he was not simply an employee showing up for work?
No, he was very calm, asked me how I was doing, like a normal conversation, walked with purpose like he was coming to work.
If you would explain to the board what transpired after you re-entered the building following your smoke break.
I went back into my nursing office, which was right around the corner from the practical arts patio, to get my things together for my early morning medication pass. I came out of the office around a little after 5, and that's when I saw a few of the other employees in the foyer talking about him. And when I realized they didn't know who he was, I asked where he was. And they said he was on the male unit, which is known as B unit. So I headed down there to find him. And I asked him, I said, "What is your name?" And he mumbled something. And I said, "No, you need to say it where I can hear you and understand what you're telling me." And he just said, "Dion Burton." He said, Cortez hired me and I'm supposed to be here for orientation. And I said, "Well, no one here knows who you are or why you're here. So the best thing for you to do is exit the building and call Cortez around 8 or 9 in the morning and you can reconcile this. So I'm going to ask you to leave and take you." And I escorted him down the hall back out of the practical arts patio where he had entered.
Even as you escorted him out of the building, did you know at that time he still wasn't an employee?
No, I did not.
Did you participate in any investigation after this event?
I did. I did a written statement the day of the event at the facility, and I also emailed a statement to Miss Jones.
Has anyone suggested that you've been untruthful or did not cooperate in the investigation after this event?
No, they have not.
Have you ever been disciplined by an employer while working as an LPN?
No, I have not.
And that includes every other state you've worked as a travel nurse?
Correct.
Have you ever been subject to discipline by the Mississippi Board of Nursing?
No, sir, I have not.
And have you ever been the subject of a complaint to the Board of Nursing other than the complaint about which we're here today?
No, I have not.
If you would, Ms. Bishop, can you explain to the board how you feel about this entire event?
I think about this every day. And it has really opened my eyes and made me even more vigilant than I already was. And I ask so many more questions now. And I get strange looks sometimes because I ask so many questions now, but that is okay. If I keep asking questions, they can give me all the strange looks that they want to, if it will keep something like this from ever happening again. And I'm sorry. And I hope that you give me the chance to continue nursing because it is something that I love to do and provide good care for my patients.
No further questions.
Ms. Osmond.
Ms. Bishop, I know that's been your testimony today that the workers regularly propped up in that door with a broom handle. But why do you think there was a lock on that door?
To keep residents from going out.
And it never occurred to you that the lock, the external code on the locked door was to keep anyone from coming inside?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did it ever occur to you that the external code was to prevent someone from coming inside the facility?
We didn't have a code to get back in, if that's what you're asking.
Was there not a keypad on the outside door?
There, on the outside, yes, but we had no code to get back in. We only had a code to exit the door.
But the keypad, the external keypad that was testified about earlier, did it ever occur to you as to why there was an external keypad on that door?
I understand what she's asking.
Let me rephrase it.
I'm sorry.
Why do you think there was an external code on that door? On
And-
the side door that we've talked about,
To get out or to come back in?
the external code. The code that's on the outside of the building.
There was no
Keypad.
code to get back in on the outside. You had to knock on the door.
So there was not a keypad on the outside.
There was a
of the door.
keypad. We just did not have the code.
So let's just clear that up for the record. You did not have a code to the external keypad, but there was an external keypad, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And why do people typically have external keypads on a door?
And get back in.
And the fact that you didn't have the code on the door, did that ever indicate to you that did that ever, did it ever cross your mind that you should have used the front door instead?
The front area out of the front door was not a designated smoking area.
I mean, for returning to the building.
From the side patio,
Well, let's just go back to the two designated smoking areas. Where is the second designated smoking?
didn't know where that one was, so I always used the practical arts patio.
So you worked at Canton Manor for 3 months
Hmm.
and you didn't know where the second smoking area was?
No, I did not.
So you don't know where that's located?
No,
And you never asked anybody at the facility where the other smoking area was?
no, ma'am. I knew where one was, and that was where they took the residents as well, so.
And your testimony today is that there was a keypad on the door that you propped open, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Both internal and external.
Correct.
Did you have a code to the internal keypad,
I did.
but you did not have a code to the external keypad?
Correct.
But the door was to be locked, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that your shift was 11 to 7. Do all employees at that facility work an 11 to 7 shift?
I'm not sure of everyone's schedule. I know my schedule was 3 to 11, 11 to 7.
So is it common for an employee to arrive to work at 4 AM?
Some did, whether it be laundry or dietary, they did come in around that time because I would let some of them in myself.
So you previously let other people into the building through the side door?
No, it was the front door.
Okay, so on previous occasions, when you let people in the building at 4 AM that were workers there, you let them in through the front door.
I believe so.
How do they enter it through the front door?
You have to ring a doorbell and hope someone hears it to come let you in.
And so did you tell Investigator Jones that you propped up in the door because you felt unsafe and wanted to be able to get back into the building easily?
Right.
And you didn't want to get stuck at the front door trying to get back in and ringing a doorbell in the middle of the night. Is that correct?
Right.
Do you know if the other smoking area was at the front of the building?
I don't know.
I've read your statements and I've heard your testimony today. You said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you believe this was an employee at the facility. Is that correct?
Did?
But he didn't tell you that, right?
No, he did not.
You just assumed that when he entered the building.
I did.
So he never told you he was an employee there.
No,
And it did not occur to you until you heard some chatter in the hallway. That was the first time that came to your attention that he might not be an employee there. Is that correct?
correct.
Would you have stopped anyone from going in that door at 4 a.m. if you were outside the door smoking and it was propped open?
Had their behavior been different than his and made me question it? Yes,
But his demeanor is what allowed you to believe he belonged there.
yes, ma'am.
Did it ever occur to you while you were on your smoke break, after he entered the building, that you should go inside and check to see where he went?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell anyone that you had just let a new employee in the side door at 4 a.m.?
No, I didn't. They saw that themselves.
You said you didn't know whether he was employed when you escorted him out, correct? That was your testimony?
I'm sorry, that's true.
But you didn't know whether he's employed when you let him in either, right?
Right,
You just let someone in because they looked okay. Is that correct? They didn't present an obvious threat. Is that
Right.
correct? Since this happened, have you worried about what could have happened to your coworkers after you let this intruder into the facility?
I did. And I also, I was the only one to escort him out alone, also. I mean, I think about this all the time.
And we know that what happened to the resident was unfathomable. But in your mind, have you thought about what could have happened had he had a gun? Or what could have happened to other workers, other residents in the building?
Thought about, I don't know how many different scenarios.
Did you always take your smoke break at that patio at 4 a.m.?
It wasn't ever a set time, but it was always at that patio.
And when you went to that patio, you always propped open the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen Mr. Harris at that facility before, the day of this incident?
No,
So you had never seen him prior to letting him in the building?
no.
And you assumed that he was an employee?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Questions from the panel for this witness?
Yes. Bishop, you've been a nurse for 18 years,
Yes, sir.
and I understand, I heard you say you've worked some LTAC, mostly nursing home.
Hmm.
I assume your travel assignments, were they nursing homes?
Yes, sir.
Worked in a lot of nursing homes. And you had said that you had worked at Canton Manor for about 3 months.
Uh-huh.
Did you work at a day or two prior to this shift? What was your schedule like on this given week?
I never worked 2 in a row because I would drive back to Vicksburg. So, to get enough sleep so I could do my job properly, I asked them to break up my shift. So I didn't work the day before, I don't believe.
What about the day before that?
It's possible. I can't remember.
Did you have a supervisor on duty this night, or did the LPN serve as a supervisor for their individual units?
We served as our own supervisor, basically for our own units.
So in your unit, you were kind of as high as it goes as far as you were the supervisor.
Right.
How many nurses were working this night?
Myself and Maggie Tillis.
There were 2 nurses.
Mhm.
Let me ask you this, because I'm going back a ways. When you were taught in nursing school, were you taught that your badge was part of your uniform?
Yes, I was.
So it would be expected that anywhere you worked, you needed some form of identification.
Right.
And you would also, I assume, understand that that's a state regulation that we have to wear badges inside of nursing homes.
Right. But there were no badges at Canton Manor.
But as a nurse, you had the knowledge that a badge was to be worn.
Right.
I watched the videos. I've heard testimony that there's a lot of employees that did not wear uniforms. Every employee that I saw on the video clips that we watched had on uniforms. So were there a lot of people that didn't wear uniforms? Like I said, what I'm seeing from what we have the opportunity to see is everyone on there had on a uniform.
Right. But it was mostly the male DSPs on the men's side that wore regular street clothes. Sometimes the women, very few, would wear scrubs, or they would wear leggings with t-shirts or scrub pants with t-shirts. But mostly it was street clothes.
Why were the doors locked down at night?
So the residents couldn't get out,
Is that the only reason?
or I guess that no one could just come in.
So you've worked at other nursing homes in Mississippi and elsewhere.
Mhm.
Did you encounter the same type thing? The doors are always locked down at night?
Yes,
So that wasn't anything unfamiliar.
correct.
I think we've established why you didn't have the codes to enter on the side doors. Let me ask you this. This is alarming to me. I want to get your thoughts on it. Was it alarming to you that when you propped that door, after 10 seconds, that an audible alarm went off the entire time the door was open? Therefore, I know we saw at least greater than 11 minutes that you were out for break.
Mhm.
So for 11 minutes at 4 a.m., there was an audible alarm going off in the facility.
Correct.
Is that alarming?
No, it was common practice there. Some people would prop open the front door for their 30-minute lunch break, and it would alarm the entire time.
And as a supervisor, you were okay with that?
It was common practice, and I was an agency worker.
So because it was common practice made it okay. I ask you this because, you know, with your tenure as a nurse, you're aware of the state regulations. It's supposed to be a home-like environment. At 4 a.m., if a fire alarm went off in our house, would we be okay with that?
No.
Have you typically worked night shift? Is that your,
3 to 11 or overnights, yes.
okay, so that's somewhat your typical in all of your assignments.
Correct.
Work evenings and nights. Were you the only one that was outside smoking at this time?
Yes.
You were the only employee outside.
Hmm.
So you take sole responsibility of propping the door and being outside during the time of this event.
Yes.
Could you have walked from the smoking area to the front door area to hit a doorbell for someone to let you in instead of having to bang on a door? Is there, I guess, is there access to go from the smoking area around to the front of the building?
If you walked all the way around the building in the dark.
So the area was not lit. The parking lot area was not lit.
No,
And I'm going to assume that over the last 3 years with COVID, everything's kind of changed with the CDC, with regulations and such. Are you aware of the regulation that During COVID, the nursing homes had on us that you could only enter and exit through one door to ensure that a person was screening in as they came or left. Were you aware of that? Okay. So you're aware that there were policies in place statewide that only one door could be used for entrance or exit.
Right.
How often did this facility, and you may or may not know this being a contract employee, how often was the facility in service on abuse policies?
I have no idea.
As a contract employee, were you required to attend any in-services of the facility?
No,
You were not required to attend any in-services. As a contracted employee, did you go through an orientation process? You did. How
Mhm.
long was that process?
maybe a couple of hours for one day.
Okay, so were the abuse policy and procedures discussed with you during that orientation? Elder abuse.
Bare
Act,
minimum, yes.
all that.
Hmm.
Were during your orientation period, were you given any knowledge of entrance and exit guidelines, door codes? I guess were you kind of given a life safety in service at all during that orientation period?
No,
No. Okay. My last question is this. Had the door not been propped, would Antoine Harris have been able to come in to that building at this time?
I have no idea. Probably not.
That's all I have.
Anything further from the panel?
A few questions. I know you're a contracted employee, but, when you first started there, did anyone discuss with you a policy for, maybe it was designated smoking area, but was there a policy in place that you were aware of for taking your scheduled breaks?
No, ma'am.
So was it kind of,
Just whenever I could take a break.
so who did you ask where you needed to go, how you needed to exit the building? Was that
It was,
supervisor or?
no, it was just another employee there.
Okay, so as far as you know, there was nothing in place at the facility to say what exactly you were supposed to do to take your smoke break, coming, going.
Not to my knowledge.
Did anyone tell you why none of the employees had access to the,
No, they didn't.
so they never gave any particular reason?
So let her finish the question before you respond.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I believe there was a statement, and I'm getting a little confused. I want to make sure that a supervisor or someone else, administrator, was seen entering that side door with the code at some point. Do you have any knowledge of that?
No, ma'am.
And on the video, we saw that a staff member entered the residence room during the time that the intruder was in there. Do you have any knowledge of what that nurse saw or why there was the right way to, do you have any idea? Did you speak with this nurse, or do you know of any statements that she provided as to what she saw when she went in the room?
No, ma'am. I haven't spoken to her.
And as far as you know, I was reading the statement of this Mr. Harris. Is there an employee there that you're aware of named Leah Scott? Do you have any idea who that is?
No, I don't.
Did you, were you terminated after that event? Did you work any other shifts?
No, I didn't.
Wow, thank you.
The other nurse that was working with you that night, was she from an agency or was she full-time there?
I believe she was full-time at Canton Manor.
But yet you was the supervisor that night?
We each had our individual units that we were in charge of, but there was no supervisor over our, us. We were in charge of our own units.
How many patients were you over?
Oh my goodness. 88 plus. Yes, ma'am. It was a lot. The way they, yes, ma'am, the way they broke up their hallways and things. The hallway, the units I had at that time consisted of half of the Jerry Hall, the whole men's unit, and then behind the building was another home of about 11 to 15 at any given time, male residents. So that was also part of what I had to.
This is 3 months. Yes, Lord.
Yes, ma'am.
On these other jobs that you have, is that a norm? To have that many patients?
No, ma'am, it's not.
I have one more question. I have one more question.
Okay.
As the highest ranking nurse at the facility during the time of this event, what do you feel your accountability level is as far as what took place? I mean, you think you should be at all accountable as a nurse for an intruder coming in a propped open door? B, staff not reporting when they saw a strange person that they didn't have any knowledge of in the building. I mean, as a nurse, we kind of carry the responsibility. And as the highest ranking nurse, you carry the responsibility as a supervisor. So I guess my question is, where do you feel like your accountability is in this event?
I've held myself accountable every day for that. It's not something that you forget easily.
Anything further from the panel?
Did you ever ask the administrator, what that code was to come back in that building on that key banner?
I didn't ask her personally. I asked several other coworkers that had been there, and they all told me the same thing, that we don't have a code to get back in any of the doors.
So when you come to work, did you come in the front door or did you come in that door?
I came in the front door because I parked in the front. I didn't park in the side because it was so dark back there.
Ms. Bishop, as a part of your orientation, did they discuss whether or not you would have a name badge?
No, sir, they didn't.
The other nurse that was on duty with you that night, did she have a name badge?
I don't believe so.
Are you aware of any of the employees there that had name badges?
No, sir.
As a part of the orientation, did they discuss with you when you were reporting for work, where you were to enter the building?
The front door.
And I believe you testified that the parking lot was on the side where the side door was.
That was extra parking for employees also.
Okay, so did they discuss as part of the orientation that you could come in the front door as well as the side door because of where the parking lot was located?
They just told me to enter through the front. But I'd personally let I always parked in the front and came in the front door. That's what I did. I don't know about everyone else.
So it wouldn't have been uncommon for members of the laundry maintenance department to come in the side door.
They had done it before.
Anything further from the panel?
Out of those 3 months, do you normally work like every week? Do
Yes, ma'am, I worked full-time hours.
you work there full time?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Council, any follow-up?
I just have two follow-up questions. Ms. Bishop, at the time you propped the door, did you ever leave that door unattended at the time? Ms. Bishop, you've seen the surveillance footage, have you not? Do you remember or recognize a time in the surveillance footage while the gentleman was in the victim's room that an employee walked in front of the camera with a t-shirt and a toboggan on? Okay, so based upon your viewing of the surveillance footage, it shows indeed what you're saying about employees wearing street clothes in the unit is true. No further questions.
I have one additional question.
Go ahead.
Ms. Bishop, you were just asked if you left the door unattended and you said no when you propped it open, correct?
Correct.
If you're not going to stop someone from going in the door, does it really matter if you left it unattended or not?
Well, I mean, like I said, he didn't seem like a threat. But that was a wrong assessment of me. If someone else had come up acting differently or threatening, then yes, I would have questioned it and stopped them.
Would you agree in this particular case, if you propped open the door and you had gone to sit in your car versus you sitting 2 feet away, it would have made no difference? Whether you attended the door or whether the door was left unattended because the door was left propped open.
I don't guess so.
That's all I have.
Sorry, she didn't get your response.
I'm sorry, I don't guess so, but I would be able to see if anyone got out as well, though.
Anything further, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Did you speak to him first or did he speak to you first?
He spoke to me first.
Ms. Osmond will have your closing statement.
This board panel has heard clear and convincing evidence today that Mrs. Bishop propped open a door in the early morning hours of January 13th, 2022. This board panel has seen surveillance video that she propped open the door at that time, and Mrs. Bishop has been candid with this board panel and acknowledged that she propped open the door outside the facility. But when she did that, she allowed an intruder to enter the door, and she did not intervene. Whether she had been sitting 2 feet away or whether she had left the facility altogether, the fact remains an intruder walked through a door that had been propped open by Mrs. Bishop. She did not follow him inside. She did not ask any questions. She went to her office, and it wasn't until after 5 a.m., some 45 minutes later, that she heard chatter in the hallway and realized that there might be a problem with the person that she had let into the facility. While her actions may have not been intentional, they were certainly negligent. And her actions resulted in a mentally disabled and intellectually challenged autistic 20-year-old female being raped. Mrs. Bishop's actions were egregious lack of judgment. This resident suffered an unimaginable and traumatic experience that could have been avoided if that door had not been propped open. Not only did her actions result in harm to a resident, they could have resulted in even more harm to other residents and coworkers within that facility. Even you've heard evidence today that Maggie Tillis went into that room, another nurse, while the intruder was in the room with the resident. The series of events involved a door being propped open and a nurse that looked the other way when she should have asked a few more questions, or certainly shouldn't have propped open the door at all. You've heard evidence today that that door had a code, both internal, so the residents couldn't get out, and external. For whatever reason, that code was not provided to Mrs. Bishop. But one could assume from the evidence that the reason she didn't have that code is because she was supposed to enter through the front door. And although I acknowledge that Mrs. Bishop was in a designated smoking area, at the time of this event, she could have walked around the building, pressed the doorbell to the front door, and been let in. Instead, she did not ask this person if he worked there. She assumed that he worked there. She let him in, she asked no questions, and she went back to her office. Loved ones are placed in long-term care facilities with the expectation by families that will be kept safe from harm or abuse. I doubt Mrs. Bishop would have done this at her own house. Mrs. Bishop failed this resident, and I would respectfully request the board panel consider all options available to it pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 73-1529, including revocation of Mrs. Bishop's license to practice nursing in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are two areas of criticism focused on Ms. Bishop in this instance. The first is the prop door. Okay. The facts show that Ms. Bishop indeed did prop the door. There are good reasons for that. She didn't have a code to re-enter. The nursing home's located in Canton, Mississippi, in an area that she said she felt unsafe, but she was only 2 feet away from the door. Her presence within 2 feet of that door ensured that she did encounter the gentleman who entered the facility. I've previously explained every basis why Ms. Bishop formed the belief she did about not preventing Harris from entering the facility. She reasonably believed him to be a Canton Manor employee. He entered the sidewalk from a parking lot that Ms. Bishop knew to be an employee parking lot. His demeanor suggested to her that he was an employee arriving for work. Canton Manor was staffed by agency and temp employees. This was just the nature of the facility's employment of people. Ms. Bishop herself was an agency employee. Ms. Bishop testified that she frequently did not recognize other employees who were working at the facility. It was not unusual for her to not recognize someone entering the building for work as an employee, point blank period. Mr. Naylor brought out in cross-examination the fact that Ms. Bishop was one of a multitude of employees who had interactions with Harris and thought he belonged there, thought he had some legitimate employment reason for being present. Knowing what we know now, we can try to time travel back and examining Ms. Bishop's interactions with Harris outside this prop door and second guess many of the assessments she's made. Many of those second guessings are legitimate. But we have to evaluate the reasonableness of Ms. Bishop's conduct in encountering Harris at that point in time. His entry was at a time of shift change for many employees at the facility. And he was wearing clothes worn by other Canton Manor employees, street clothes, and this was especially the case for laundry, cafeteria, and maintenance employees. And Mr. Cummins, I recognize your question of Ms. Bishop about the surveillance footage not showing employees wearing clothes similar to Antoine Harris. But I encourage y'all to go back and look at the footage. It is in some of the clips. It was not displayed by Ms. Salzman, but there was an employee that walked by with a t-shirt on and a toboggan. Ironically, a very similar toboggan as the one Mr. Harris was wearing when he entered the facility. I want to touch on the prop door issue. We can also second guess Ms. Bishop's decision to prop that door open. But the doors, it's true, are meant to prevent residents from exiting the facility. Ms. Bishop testified she was within 2 feet of the door and certainly would have noticed a resident trying to exit the facility. It's a legitimate point made by the prosecution that the doors are meant to prevent people who are not supposed to enter the facility from entering the facility. Okay. Ms. Bishop did encounter someone entering the facility, okay? And her encounter with that person was an opportunity for her to indeed stop him, much like a locked door would have. Okay. This really comes back to her encounter with Harris, whether her conduct was reasonable, about whether her assessment, given all the circumstances at Canton Manor, her assessment of Harris was reasonable. There are a multitude of reasons why we believe that assessment of Harris and her belief that he was an employee, while wrong, her assessment that he was an employee was nonetheless reasonable. Prop doors, there are secure areas where people prop doors, right or wrong. Just in the foyer of this facility, of this building right here, while during our break, I noticed a secure door with a large red circle indicating no entry is being propped open, perhaps as I speak here, but it's being propped open. It's got a key fob entry. That's not a criticism of whoever propped the door open, but my point is, I'm sure there's someone right nearby attending that door and would see someone enter next to them. So doors are locked for a reason, that's true, but someone attending to the door can serve as a proxy for a locked door or door that's secured in many circumstances. I'm not going to rehash any more of the reasons why Ms. Bishop assessed Mr. Harris as an employee, albeit incorrectly at that time. But I want to point to the board some things I want to leave it with when it considers the charges against her. We know that in her 18 years of practice as an LPN, she's never been subject to any discipline in any job by this board or any board of any other state in which she's practiced. Her professional record is without blemish. I think that's important to take that into consideration. She's not a repeat offender. This is not a case of her habitually breaching a nursing standard of care or placing residents' health or safety at risk. Second, I encourage you to read the affidavit of Richie M. Keller. She's a nurse, registered nurse in good standing with this board. And she serves as Brandy's current immediate supervisor and has worked with her for over a decade. Ms. Keller's affidavit testifies that Brandy has conducted herself professional and in a manner consistent with the health and safety of facility residents. She's a model employee, and she served at Vicksburg Convalescent Center for a much longer time period than she did at Canton Manor. You'll notice Ms. Keller's plea that the board does not take action that would restrict Brandy's ability to continue providing care to Vicksburg convalescent patients. Third, I encourage you to read the affidavit of Kimberly Squires. I believe it proves that Ms. Bishop testified truthfully today. You know that she's already been cooperative in this investigation. Okay. But what Ms. Squires' affidavit shows is that Ms. Bishop's accounting of that day and the Canton Manor facilities and operations is not post ad hoc rationalizing about her conduct that day. It's just the cold hard truth. And it's the complete truth that explains the circumstances of her break and her encounter with Harris. I want to reiterate that out of all the employees who were working at Canton Manor that day, it's this woman who was the only one to scrutinize Harris closely enough in an extended encounter and then to conclude that he needed to leave the facility. Multiple other employees who had a greater and longer extended interaction with Harris than Ms. Bishop did on the immediate out adjacent to the side door had that same interaction and did not do what Ms. Bishop did. Yet the facility with there's submission of Ms. Bishop as the one to blame for this incident. Ironically, she's the one that possibly prevented Harris from hurting other patients or doing more damage than he already did. Fourth, you've heard the testimony from Ms. Bishop about the effect this event has had on her. To be clear, Ms. Bishop is not the victim here, and we're not suggesting she's the victim. But the purpose of discipline by this board is twofold. It's to punish the misconduct and to deter those who might commit such misconduct in the future. The board sets a precedent. Okay. This event has had a very adverse emotional effect on Ms. Bishop. I think that's evidence, as it should. Simply put, Ms. Bishop having to work with two annoying lawyers for extended period of time to prepare for this hearing has not been fun for her. I can tell you that. We did not make it fun. Her living with what happened and knowing that her actions ultimately caused a chain reaction that led to a patient being harmed in conjunction with these board proceedings is something that will never leave this woman. It's also sufficient to deter others from making similar mistake if this board is inclined to find that Ms. Bishop indeed made one. Fifth and finally, if this board is inclined to punish Ms. Bishop, I would hope it's heard enough to inform the board that justice merits not issuing discipline that would interfere with her ability to continue providing for her family and to continue providing care and fulfilling her calling in life. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. This time, I entertain a motion for the board to go into closed determination as to whether executive session is necessary and the matters that we've heard thus far. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on R 853-036, R 917-666, and P 320-167. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The board panel is now in executive session and will return with in each of these matters at 1:15. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R 853-036. Board panel renders the following. The license is suspended. Respondent will be allowed to obtain a probationary license after completing preconditions within 180 days to include compliance affidavit, educational courses for ethics and documentation, evaluation for chemical dependency, a $500 fine. The probation time will be for 36 months. Indirect supervision. Employer reports. Drug screens. Prohibited areas of practice to exclude addiction treatment facilities. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 45 to 60 days of completion of these proceedings. Are there any questions? Thank you. The licensee may be excused. Following deliberation on license number R 917-666. The panel renders the following. The license is revoked. A copy of that order will be forwarded to the licensee within 45 to 60 days of completion of these proceedings. Following deliberation on license number P 320-167. Board panel renders the following. The license is revoked with non-drug related recommendation to include employer report. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 45 to 60 days of the completion of these proceedings. Are there any questions? You may be excused. The next matter before the board panel. License number R 854-976. Case number 2022-0847. And Davis. We will begin with opening statements. We will hear from both parties. We'll allow for questions on completion of both arguments. We will have closing statements. The board will make findings of fact, the conclusion of law, and render its decision, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 45 to 60 days of completion of these proceedings. At this time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand, please. Each of you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. Mr. Walker, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, can we enter in evidence, exhibits B1 through B13?
Have you had an opportunity to review those exhibits, Ms. Davis?
I have, but I'm not attorney type person at all. I haven't a clue half of what I'm looking at here.
All right.
I don't even see a B1. I start with B2. It says on the bottom, just that. Okay, sorry. The sticker.
Well, Ms. Davis, you're not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
Correct. Let me put this down a little bit more. I couldn't afford one to come with me, and I did call to try and figure out what type of affidavits or who to call to come in, because I didn't have a clue. It's like I said, I'm not a lawyer. And when I did call up, the first thing he said is, you have 10 days before to supply it to y'all, or it won't be accepted. I said, that would have left me 2 days. Paperwork actually says 5. That still left me 5 or 6 days, depending if y'all were here the day after Thanksgiving. I asked, what could I bring? Anything that would help you? I said, like what? I don't know what I'm doing. What type of things would help me? It depends on the person. So I have like no clues to what I'm doing.
But you understand you have the right to have an attorney present.
Yes, I do understand that. I just can't afford it.
But you also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf.
Sorry, I didn't know exactly where I work. It used to be very family. The same people were there forever and ever and ever. Now the only people, there's like only 2, and one of them just recently left about 6 months ago. So there's only one person that still works with me, that knows with me for any length of time to give any like testimony. But I still, like I said, I didn't have a clue as to what I was doing. I want my license. I love my license. I knew since I was a candy striper, I wanted to be a nurse. Oh, no, let me change that. I knew I wanted to work in a hospital.
Well, hold on.
But
Are you aware that you also have the right to have subpoenas issued on your behalf by this board?
yeah, but I don't know what I'm doing. I have no clue.
Okay, well, let me ask this. Are you ready to proceed with this hearing today?
Can someone tell me what type of subpoenas and stuff I could like to have? I mean, because I don't know what's going to help me, what's not going to help me.
Well, we're really not at liberty.
Yeah, I know. That makes it a little harder for someone. All I know is I love my license. I'm willing to have hair test every other month, drug test done by P, a restriction for anything narcotic for the rest of my nursing license, not in 36 months. I
understand all of it. At this point, we just need to establish whether or not you're ready to proceed in this matter.
I don't know what else I can do, so I guess we'll just go ahead.
All right.
Would anybody?
Those exhibits were B1 through B12.
13, Your Honor, I believe we had it.
I have a B12, that's a PMP.
Yes, sir. 13, I believe, is a starts with a fact sheet.
13. Yeah, I was item 13.
Nine into 12
Well,
in order.
We've been provided a copy of Exhibit B13. Record reflected as assessment for Thomas and Thomas Consulting Group LLC. The exhibits B1 through B13 are admitted. Is there anything further preliminarily, council?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll begin with opening statements. Mr. Walker, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today, we are here because the conduct of Ms. Davis. As the complaint shows, she has many charges against her. She is charged with being a habitual user of amphetamines in violation of 73-29-15-1H. She is also charged with engaging in unprofessional conduct in violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L, specifically Title 30, the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2 F1, practicing the profession while under the influence of drugs or alcohol, as evidenced by a positive drug screen as she tested positive for methamphetamine. Search of Mrs. Davis's work locker at Singing River Health Systems revealed meth in a pipe to smoke meth, along with medications which Ms. Davis admitted to taking. These are all in violation of Mississippi Annotated Code, Code Annotated 73-15-29-1J and 73-29-1L. Lastly, she is charged with altering medications as a morphine syringe, which was removed by Ms. Davis, then returned by Ms. Davis, tested negative for morphine. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code Annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to revoke or suspend the license of Ms. Davis to practice as a registered nurse in the state.
All right, thank you, Council. Ms. Davis, if you have an opening statement, you can make one. If you don't, you will have an opportunity to explain the board your side of this matter. So if you have an opening statement, feel free to make one, but you will have an opportunity to address the board about what has occurred.
What, I think anything I'm going to say now is going to be what I say when y'all ask me any questions. So I just go ahead and say that I was dumb to grab it, but I was leaving the door. I said I want it out of my house. I want it out of my life. I grabbed it. Took it with me to dispose of it there, but the morphine, all narcotics make me ill. I hardly took any, huh? Oh,
Thank you.
I don't, I had a tree limb, it says in there, tree limb fell on my head. They ordered me Ultram. I took none of it. I got rid of it. Because it makes me nauseous. I was off for a little bit of time, off 11 days. That was day number 4. So I just laid down when it bothered me, but I don't like narcotics. That morphine, if I would admit to doing the other stuff, why would I not admit to the morphine, which is not legal for me to take, but it's not an illegal substance. I did not take that morphine. I don't know what happened with that one. Very upset about that part of it. I know the other stuff's worse, but I don't like being accused of something I did not do when I will admit to what I did do and was wrong to do.
Okay. Council,
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to call Hashina Jones, to testify. Ms. Jones, will you please state your name, county of residence, and current place of employment for the record?
My name is Hoshina Jones, and my residence county is Hines, and my place of employment is the Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked at the Board of Nursing?
10 years.
And during that time, have you participated in investigations resulting in disciplinary actions related to nursing license?
Yes,
And is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints received related to individuals licensed by the board to practice nursing in this state?
yes.
Would you please turn to B2 and ID that document for the board, please?
B2 is a document, the information pertaining to the nurse's license.
And when does it say that she was first licensed in the state?
She was first licensed January the 30th, 1997.
What was she licensed as?
She was licensed as a registered nurse, RN.
If you would please go to B5. And turn to the 5th page, and would you ID that document for us as well?
B5 is the board hearing notice.
Let's go to the 5th page. Ms. Jones, please.
Hmm.
5th page.
The fifth page is a order of suspension, suspending license.
And whose name's on that?
The licensees, Ann Davis.
Would you please go to the Exhibit A of B5 and tell us what that document is?
The complaint.
And can you tell us what's being charged against Ms. Davis today?
Yes, the respondent is being charged in that the respondent is addicted to, dependent on alcohol or other habit-forming drugs and/or is a habitual user of narcotics, amphetamines, and et cetera, is misappropriated in any medication. She has a charge of 2, and that respondent was engaged in any other conduct, whether of the same or a different character from the specific in the article that would constitute a crime as defined in Title 97 of the Mississippi Code. Charge 3 is that the respondent was engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely misappropriation of drugs, supplies, and equipment. And charge 4, the respondent had engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood altering substance, and evidenced by the following: positive drug screen for alcohol or illegal unauthorized medication. What do you want to do, all the charges? Charge 5. Okay, and that the respondent was engaged in unprofessional conduct identified by the board and its rules, willfully altering medications. 6, charge 6 was that the respondent was engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely possessing, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed.
Thank you. Let's go to B6. Will you tell the board what that document is, please, ma'am?
B6 is the drug screen.
Who's that for?
This is for the licensee, Ann Davis.
And what does it say the results for that test were?
The drug was tested and it's positive for methamphetamine.
And going on to B7, can you tell us what this document is as well?
Seven. The looks like the Ocean Springs Senior River Police Department report.
And what at the top of that, what does it say the incident type is in that report?
The incident type is drug diversion.
And who does it say listed as a suspect?
The suspect is Ann Davis.
Okay, and in that report, what is by Mr. Montgomery, what does Mr. Montgomery say was the reason he was called to investigate?
On 9/20, a preloaded syringe of morphine was put in the return bin of the Omnicell, and the syringe had been removed from its tamper-proof container, so it cannot be used again. The director thought that was suspicious as another syringe of morphine had been directed. Thought this was suspicious as another syringe of morphine had been discovered in the same manner in the same Omnicell. The syringe was tested and it tested morphine. A second syringe from the same batch was tested and tested positive.
In that report, what does it say about the actions of Ms. Davis on that day in question?
She is seen on video pulling a preloaded syringe of morphine and going into a patient's room for about 8 minutes, then returned to the Omnicell. The video shows that the syringe was in the tamper-proof package when it is removed from the med room. And when she comes out of the patient's room, it is removed from the package. She returned it to the return bin with a witness.
And what does that report say happens after that?
The syringe stays in the locked bin until the pharmacy tech removes it the next day. The techs take it directly to the pharmacist who files it to the reported to the director. Advise.
In that next paragraph, so basically what that was saying is that there was a syringe found that seemed to be tampered with. Is that what it said?
They found 3 vials of medications and 2 blister packs. That's what you want.
In that report, they said basically that there was a syringe that had been tampered with, right?
Yes.
In the next paragraph, the report talks about what was found in Ms. Davis's locker. Can you tell us what that was?
They found 3 vials of medication and 2 blister packets containing pills on Miss Davis in her bags. The other officer searched her locker and found another vial of medication, a pipe used to smoke illegal drugs in a container that was suspected to contain crystal methamphetamine. The substance file field tested positive for meth.
And what explanations did Ms. Davis give for that meth being in her locker?
She stated that other people used her locker, even though it was padlocked. She stated that the stuff had been in her locker for a long time. She also stated that her husband had a drug dealer friend that left stuff at their house, so she brought it to work to dispose of them.
And what did she admit to in that report?
That she took the medication found on her and her locker from the hospital, that the blister packs were probably medications she didn't give to patients and just forgot about them.
And so why did the hospital end up terminating her?
For the possession of the meth and drug diversion, Jessica Williams, she states that she searched the locker of Ann Davis, whose name was on the locker, Ann Davis.
Okay, what does it say about, on that next page, that's that Singing River Police Department you were just talking about. On the next page, what does it say about the lock on that locker?
That it required a numeric number code that Ms. Davis put in to unlock the locker.
And what does it say about the demeanor of Ms. Davis when she was informed that her locker was gonna be searched that day?
She became visibly shaken and very nervous, and also asked multiple times to go to her locker to retrieve her chapstick.
Okay, and what does it say was found in that locker?
A pink bag which contained a black Ray-Ban case. Inside the case was a lighter, a glass pipe used to smoke illegal drugs, and a plastic container with clear white crystal-like substance that was similar to crystal meth. Also a vial of medication, which was identified as Oslocaine, was inside the pink bag with chapstick. Inside the pink bag. The chapstick Ms. Davis wanted was also in this bag.
And what does the report say that was about the meth substance that was tested?
That it tested positive for methamphetamine.
Okay, let's go look at B8 and Ms. Davis's statement. What was her explanation?
Where is
for-
it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, what is her explanation for why she was in the patient's room so long with the morphine?
He states that the patient family was complaining that they had been asking for pain medicine for over an hour, and so she said she would medicate the patient. She said that she went in and realized that the IV was not in the patient's skin, and that the three daughters were in the room the entire time and had multiple questions, and that is why it took so long.
In her statement, what does she say about her meth use?
She states that she has never diverted or taken narcotics from work or exchange meth or anything else. She also says that she brought the meth to work to dispose it, and that she usually does that at work and Walmart. She says she had used meth for 10 years, but never at work.
And when did she say that she last used meth?
On September the 28th, 2022.
Okay, let's go to B13, the one we just had or put in a while ago. It's I believe it's gonna be on the third page of B13, that last paragraph. This is from the MVP program paperwork. This is from Ms. Davis' statement.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. On page 3, under the substance abuse history, what does it say about her mother-in-law and treatment?
Okay, Ann reports that she was prescribed opiates after her surgery in February of this year. and reports that she didn't take all of them. And reported, I gave some of them to my mother-in-law because we thought she broke her hip, and reports, I know it isn't right to do this.
So she reported that she knew it wasn't right.
Right.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Oh, can I say something about the mother-in-law thing right off the bat before I forget? She went to the, okay,
If you have a question, you can ask this witness though.
it's not a question, it's just statements of how it's phrased in there and for certain things.
Okay, you'll have a time for that. Do you have any questions for this witness?
No, because what she states is correct, is what I said.
Any questions from the panel for this witness? You anticipate any further testimony from this witness, Ms. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
May be excused. Anything further at this time, Ms. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Davis, you may proceed.
Okay, the mother-in-law, she went to the ER to be checked for that hip. She could not, they medicated her for pain and she could not get out of the chair and had to be carried into the vehicle. And they saw that and they still didn't change the pain medicine. I gave her like 3 pills and that was it. So she could get up and go to the bathroom and start to move around some. Because why go back to the same ER that they wrote a prescription that she left there in that pain with that prescription. 6 pills from them. That was that. I know. I don't take, if I can help it, any controlled substance that falls under narcotic thing, because they all make me sick. That Ultran that they gave me for my head, I took none of them. They're gone. I got rid of them. After the foot surgery, I took either 1.5 or 2 pain pills and got rid of them because I don't like the way they make me feel. The medicine on my list here, that Lyrica is the only other controlled substance. I took that for the nerve pain for so many days after surgery until the script ran out, it was gone. I had slowed down use and I wanted it out of my house. And I have a slightly, what's it called? A dog that has separation anxiety. So the only places I go pretty much on a routine basis are work and Walmart. So though it was dumb to bring it to work to get rid of it, I just wanted it gone and out of my house as soon as possible. So that's why I did that. I'm trying to think of another thing is they say the pills stuff that they found in my thing, it was Coreg, Lobetalol, Phenergan, because it was a half a dose. And I just throw the vial out yet. The Coreg, the patient's blood pressure or heart rate were too low and I couldn't give it. They were not controlled substances that they found in all that stuff. I wear a Pro Pack. If y'all have seen one of those Pro Pack things, and the Xanaflex actually got stuck way down in it. I didn't even know it was in there anymore. The label rubbed off. It must have been on a busy day, but that Pro Pack comes off. They can look at the videos, goes in my nursing bag and would go in the locker. It went home with me a couple of times a year to wash the Pro Pack, which should be washed more often, and to redo my bag. There are a couple of times, though, I will say I did accidentally leave my locker unlocked and I came back and realized it then. So it's not locked all the time. And it was twice in this last year that I had left it unlocked and came back and realized it was unlocked. So even though there's a lock on it, doesn't mean a person remembers to lock it. But I admitted to the things I do. I want to keep my license. I love being a nurse. It's just me. I love helping people. I don't like being taken advantage of, but I love helping people. That lady's room that I went in to give the pain medicine to, the charge nurse was going to do it, but she said, I'm just so busy. So I said, I will go and do it, which we do for each other. You're encouraged to help each other that way. I got the medicine out. I could have, if it was not in that vial thing, I'd like to see the video. The other nurse would have said something too, because then it would have to be wasted. And busy day, I really don't remember. I figured if I put it back in the machine, it wasn't open. I faced them the entire time because I moved the computer in the room to face them because I don't like my back to someone when I'm talking to them. It's rude. They had a lot of questions. I answered them, but it states in there, I went to go give the pain medicine and something looked funny about her IV, and it was totally out of her arm. And it says, but doesn't explain why, that I said I medicated with the pain pill per patient request. Our hospital policy is if their pain level is a 7 or higher, you can give them a pain shot. Her level was higher. I can't give a pain shot if their pain level's below a 7. I have to give a pain pill. But if the pain level's higher than a 7, I can write that I gave the pain pill per patient request, because they didn't have the route to go to give the pain medicine. And the family was fine with that. And I came back, and since I was going back in the room with the pain pill for, I brought all her night medicines for that nurse, and she was obviously behind. But yeah, they had lots of questions. They had also said they didn't want that nurse the next day. So I was just trying to smooth ruffled feathers from an unhappy family. That's why I was in there for that length of time. And I do that for any patient that their feathers are ruffled. I try and smooth it over, and whether it's my patient, someone else's patient, or whatever. Okay, sorry. It sounded like it was not working for a second.
Goes in and out for your-
Yeah. I have not had anything, I don't even think I've had an ibuprofen since that day. A melatonin, which is herbal over the counter. Haven't taken my Sudafed. I haven't taken Benadryl. I haven't taken anything that is on the list to get into the nurse whatever the program is, the program here. I have trouble with those initials. I looked at that list. I have not taken anything on that list that I know of since any of this started. And I didn't even try and go get anything nursing wise until everything was settled, either in a program or here. So nothing of that would count against me. And I worked at that job for 22 and a half years. Never had anything censured against me here or at work.
Any questions for Ms. Davis, Mr. Walker?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Davis, for the record, will you state your name, county residence, and your current place of employment?
Name, date of birth, and where I live and work. I was making sure I had all the questions right. All right. Name's Ann Cosmeyer Davis. I live at 5145 Whetstone Road, D'Iberville, Mississippi, 39540. Sorry, I've said the other one for so long, I mess up. And I did not get another job yet because I thought I was doing that MV whatever program, and I didn't think it fair. Them tried to train me and have to keep calling out of work, whether it be as a nurse's aide, working at Walmart or whatever. So I have no employment at this time. Though someone did want to hire me, I went to Greenbrier, which is right down the road from my house in D'Iberville, and actually said I would be an aide. They found out I was a nurse and wanted to hire me, even if I had any restrictions on my license. And I said, I don't know yet. So depending on what happens here, depends whether I go back and say, I will be allowed to be a nurse eventually, I pray, or I'll still be happy to be an aide. I like working with patients, not so much people at times, but patients in the hospital. I like helping. Wanted that since I became a candy striper at 13.
Will you tell the board your educational background?
I graduated high school at Mercy Cross, which is defunct and no longer. Katrina took that out in 1996, December. I got my ADN from JD, started my first job in March, and I went back in 2007 and got my BSN from USM.
Where have you worked previously?
I only had 2 jobs as a nurse because that equals the whole time I've been out. Before that was at Biloxi Regional, March, St. Patrick's Day, 97 through the first week of January, 2000.
Do you have any issues there? Any conduct issues or disciplinary issues?
Nope.
Besides being here today, have you had any other allegations that you've had to come before the board before?
Nope.
Going back to what you said earlier about giving your mother-in-law the pills, you said she couldn't move, but you also in your statement said you knew that wasn't right, correct?
Correct, but if she went back to the same place, they think she was a drug seeker because she just left there with a prescription that they already knew didn't work for her.
But you still gave her the pills knowing that it wasn't the right thing to do.
Correct. But I had like 20-some pills and I only gave her like 2 or, 3 or 4, somewhere in there. Something to get her just through so she can move around. Like arthritis people, you got to get up and move around for it to work the kinks out. But if you can't get up and move around, it just keeps getting worse. You're not going to get better. If she couldn't get up and move, she'd be in worse position later.
So did you give her any more after that or?
Nope.
Somewhere else?
Nope, I got rid of them. They went down to sink.
Let him finish.
Oh,
the
sorry.
question before you respond. Thank you.
You didn't continue to treat her? Did you take her anywhere else?
No,
So you've also said today and in your statement before that you took meth to work and to Walmart, correct?
to get rid of it.
How many times you brought meth to work?
The met to work was made a pipe one other time and it was crushed up. This was a last minute, grabbed it as I ran out the door to get rid of it and I didn't crush it up.
So why did you bring the pipe to work as well?
Crush it up and get rid of it. Yeah.
So your intention on that day,
Well, it probably wouldn't be crush it, just throw it in the trash because glass is sometimes hard to break, sometimes not. Just get rid of it.
so what you were intending on doing that day was crushing your pipe and quitting.
Either crush the pipe or throw the entire pipe and everything in the trash.
And you said earlier that you've been smoking roughly 10 years, or I'm sorry, using meth for roughly 10 years.
The first time I tried it was 10 years ago. It says in there, I used it here and there.
So
From 10 years ago to 4 years ago, roughly, it was just, I couldn't even tell you how often. It wasn't very often. And I could say it was more often after that, but I don't know how much to judge it's by, but like I said in the thing, this week I take a couple of puffs. I wouldn't use anything for a while. I'd take some to this day, some that day, never on days I was at work. But it was not a daily, every day, get up, do it, come home, do it, bring it to work, do it. And I only ever did it when I was at home.
So let's not say, let's say, how long have you been using meth, would you say? Is 10 years a fair estimate?
If you talk to someone who smokes, you ask them how long they smoked and you want to say something that's habitual, I'd say the 4 years then, not 10, because it was not habitual before then. I would say more habitual at the 4-year mark, but still not daily, not even weekly at times.
So let's just go, you've habitually used for 4 years, correct? That's what you're saying there?
Oh, yes, it's close. Yeah.
So that day when you got caught, you were just gonna go and crush everything, your pipe and all the meth you had that day. That was gonna be it?
Yeah.
After 4 years?
Well, I had already slowed down. I had already used less and less.
So what was your reasoning for that day, I guess?
It had gone on long enough. It has no relevance to here, but I was always a strange one. I never wanted to be dependent on anything. As a child, I couldn't sleep with the light off. I'm at the door shut. So I slowly shut the door like 3rd, 4th grade till I could sleep with the door shut. Then I could only sleep with it shut. So I purposely opened the door. That was in grade school. I could never wanted to be dependent on something. And I could see if it continued, that might happen. I said, same as with the door. Done.
So why did you start with meth to begin with?
It was there and I tried it. It was stupid to even try it. I was a good girl of the family, never did anything. And before I finished nursing school, I think I tried marijuana, a spoke or two, but that was before nursing school even. And that was the first thing I had ever done. And this is the only other thing I've done. I didn't even know what pot even smelled like. They thought I was crazy the first time I said it, but I just never did anything. I was such the good girl.
So what other drugs do you do? Is it just?
Nothing.
You started with meth, or I'm sorry.
I had a puff or two of marijuana when I was like 23.
So meth has been it.
That meth has been it.
And that day you were just gonna quit.
Yep.
So In your statement in the exhibits, you talk about that you had it at the house and you're just getting rid of it because it was friends of the family or someone. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have literally found a pipe in my backyard. There was nothing in the pipe at that time, but the pipe was in my backyard and I'm like, what the? And I asked my husband, where'd this come from? And so, another time he said, oh, so-and-so threw a blue pill, a purple pill in the trash can. I was like, get it out. Empty the trash now, put it in the thing and put it at the road. So, yeah, and he actually dared to show his face recently, come over, but he stays outside and I never really cared for him anyway, but it was there and I tried it because it was there.
So you tried it because it was there? Is it fair to say that there will probably be some more at your house regardless of?
Oh, he was there, so it was there, and I was not even tempted. Because if I keep my license, nothing is going to
But you stated earlier,
this position again.
you stated that it was there, so you tried it.
It was there, and he said, why don't you try it? Okay. It's been there again. I've said no. I will continue to say no. I have no desire for it. I don't want to be here again. I don't want to lose my license. I don't want to think of my dad rolling over in his grave, looking down on me.
So you talked about the morphine syringe too. In the report that was provided by the Singing River Police Department, they tested that vial and it tested negative for morphine after you disposed of it. And they tested another one that tested.
I know, I don't know, but like I said a minute ago, if I would admit to the meth, why would I not admit to the morphine?
Well, you didn't admit it first, right? Like you said.
Well, I didn't want to admit it. Who wants to admit it? But I did admit to it that day, not the next day, not the next week. I continued to say no to that morphine. I did not do that one. It almost makes me wonder if it'd be better to lie under oath and say I did, but I did not. And I've always gotten more irate to be blamed for something I did not do. I will take my lumps and my hits for what I did. If I, God forbid, lose my license, I will go on. I'll become an aide. I'll still work with people. But I did not do the morphine. Did not do that one.
So you don't know why it would test negative for morphine?
I have no clue.
You said that you left your locker unlocked sometimes, but it had a code on it you had to put in, the numeric code.
Yes.
Did anyone else know that code to your locker?
If anyone's smart enough to look and see when the numbers get left at times, they could figure out it was only 3-digit code.
To your knowledge, did anyone have any idea what that code was?
I don't know. I didn't tell anybody it. But if they were close and looked over my shoulder and I wasn't careful, they could see it. In fact, with other people, I'm one of those people that will notice. And when we're at the Omni Cellar, someone's doing something on the keyboard, I would go like this to cover it, or I'd do this. Because I pick up on them without trying to pick up on it. So I would purposely, and anyone I worked with, if they say, did she ever do that? Yeah, and they laugh at me. I said, I pick them up without meaning to. People put their passwords in their phone. And I'm like, oh my God, I got your passcode. No, you don't. Yeah, I do. So keyboards, block them so I can't see the keyboard that they're typing, but I don't always remember to block it when I'm doing my code on my locker. The Omnicell, I did. Oh, I didn't have to. They went to fingerprint. Before, when we had to type it in, I made them move, but now it's all fingerprint. You couldn't get their code if you wanted their code.
Ms. Davis, when would you say the last time you used meth was?
Like it's said in here, I haven't used it since that night before, which was September 28th.
So would you say that you haven't had any since September 28th?
Correct.
Would you consider yourself, would you say that you've had a drug problem?
I could say that I could see it could become a problem, but I've had no withdrawal symptoms. Now, unless you call this a withdrawal symptom, I stayed at home and cried in my bed for about a week.
But
with all this happened. But if I had continued on that route and did it, yes, I would be a drug addict, probably within a year.
But you said earlier that you've habitually used meth for 4 years.
No, you're saying year 10 say 6 to 10 years back, it was extremely hit or miss. Like this month I did it and 2 months later I did it or something like that. Last 4 years, I'd say at least once a month I did a few. Sometimes it was a few times in a week. Sometimes it wasn't for a couple of weeks. But it was more than it was before. So if you want to call that habitual, like saying you smoked half a pack of cigarettes and you kind of did to a pack and then went back to half a pack, it's not the same amount and it wasn't every single day. So it's kind of hard. I could just say that it was done monthly. And it was sometimes done, a couple, like I do some this week. We went on vacation that week, but then going back to work, I wouldn't do it for a while. So I don't know if you consider habitual every single day, then no.
I guess my question is, do you think you have a drug problem?
My definition of having a drug problem would also be craving it, which I don't. Having withdrawal symptoms, which I didn't. But I don't want to take the chance that would happen. So I stopped for one and I go to any class just in case I missed one of the signs. But that's how we're taught that you're addicted, that you crave it, you can't get along without it, you have to have it, you'll do anything to get it. And shakes, sweats, fever, stuff. I didn't have any of that.
So just to clarify, your answer is, if you have a drug problem, was no?
I will say yes, so I'll get treatment. So then there is no question that I have a problem later. I don't want someone to say she's in denial. But I didn't have the typical symptoms. So yes, drug problem. I will do rehab. I will do anything within legal right to do to prove that I am serious and want to keep my license. Like I said, I'd be happy to have a restriction on my license to the day I retire. Do drug tests to the day I retire. Plus whatever you do with not the lawyer, hold on. The reports from your employee for whatever many months or whatever, but I would do the drug test, hair, pee, whatever you want from here to the day I officially retire, however often you want it. And go to any classes, mandates, anything.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions from the panel? Ms. Davis?
And the only reason why I wasn't in some sort of rehab thing beforehand is because I thought that I was going to be in this program, and about less than a month before coming here, I was told, no, that's not happening. You're going before the board. Or I would have found some other program to start so I could prove that. But I thought I was going to be in this up till November 14th, I believe is when they called me to do the interview.
What was the reason
Reason for what?
that you're not in the program?
Oh, I was in shock. I don't know where to start to look up ones, and I wanted to see what was going on with here, but that's been less than a month. It's been like 3 weeks, right at 3 weeks that I found out that I won't be. Actually, no, I didn't find out that day. I found out the 15th or the 16th when the Sharon Russell called and told me that I would not be in the program. So I didn't find out to the 15th of last month. So it's been like 3 weeks. I haven't had enough time because I was trying to figure out, especially when I talked to him and got his stuff, what I'm supposed to be doing when I needed to be here. My mind was scrambled. I had to go do a whole new train of thought, how going about it, and reroute my brain to wrap around it. Cause it was this. And I know for a solid week after she told me I wasn't going in it, I was back in the bed crying again and just sleeping and crying because I was depressed. Cause I thought it's over. And I came in prepared that it'd be over, but I'm hoping it's not.
Anything from the panel, Ms. Davis? Do you have any follow-up, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Walker, we'll hear your closing statement at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D provides that the board has the power to suspend or revoke the license of a registered nurse if that nurse violates the rules and regulations governing the practice of nursing. Ms. Davis has violated several of the laws and regulations governing nursing we have shown today. She has admitted to using meth for at least 10 years and even brought it to work with her. Not only did she bring the meth and stored it in her locker, she also had the pipe to smoke it. She admitted to diverting medication from the hospital and to not giving medication to the patients. She forgot it. A vial of morphine she returned tested negative for morphine, while a vial from the same batch tested positive for morphine. Her actions have shown a disregard for the rules of governing nursing and also shown that she's a danger to the public. Accordingly, we respectfully request this board panel exercise all available options within the board's power in regards to Ms. Davis' license to practice in the state.
All right, Ms. Davis, anything further you'd like to share with? the
Yeah,
panel?
I think he just said that I admitted to diverting. What medicine is he talking about to diverting? The morphine? Because that's the one I said I didn't. I had the Coreg and a Phenergan and the Xanaflex. So it stayed in the locker. I did not divert a med. So
I think the record reflects your testimony regarding that. So if you have a closing statement, you can make.
no, just have mercy.
Well, have a seat in the gallery. We have a couple of more matters we're going to hear, and then we'll deliberate. Thank you. What's the next matter, council?
You want to take it, Susie Tisdale? Yeah.
The next matter before the board panel, license number R 875-975, case number 2018-0019. Susie Tisdale. Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. I would request that exhibits B1 through B13 be marked and entered into evidence.
If they are entered,
And Your Honor, I additionally like to point out B5, which is the notice of hearing, the complaint against Ms. Tisdale, as well as a publication notice for Ms. Tisdale. And I would like to represent that this office has heard nothing from Ms. Tisdale requesting this matter be continued or requesting she be excused from attendance today. And we've complied with all publishing and notice requirements.
all right, thank you. You may proceed.
Um,
Those exhibits are admitted.
Thank you. We would just like to rest on the file.
All right, thank you, counsel. We will note for the record that Ms. Tisdale is not present and the notice requirements have been met.
Your Honor, we have an additional matter to take up, Ms. Bobby Doster.
Okay, that matter, license number P 337-080, case number 202108. 59. Any preliminary matters?
Um, Yes, Your Honor, I would request that we, well, okay. First of all, Your Honor, I request that we be allowed to amend the complaint in this case. I believe a copy has been included of the amended complaint in Exhibit B5. Additionally, I'd like to point out that the license number is incorrectly listed on Exhibit B1. And that the license number should correctly reflect, as it does on the amended complaint, license number 337080. And lastly, I would like to represent that we also attempted service of process through certified mail. That was unsuccessful. A copy of the publication notice and the requirements therein has been included within B5. We've met all requirements for service of process in this matter. And this office has heard nothing from Ms. Doster today requesting the matter be continued or requesting that she be excused from continuance. Additionally, Investigator Wiley has looked around the building and has verified that she is not present in the building. If there is nothing further, no additional questions, we would rest on the exhibits that have been admitted. And respectfully request that exhibits B1 through B8, including the amended complaint, be marked and entered into evidence today.
Those exhibits are admitted. The amendment to the complaint approved. We'll note for the record that the licensee is not present for this hearing and that the notice requirements have been met. Anything further on this matter, counsel?
No, Your Honor. I believe, Your Honor, there's one additional matter that is currently set for a Zoom appearance at 4. And I believe that after that case, that would conclude the docket for today.
Okay, well, at this time, I will entertain a motion for the board panel to go into closed determination as to whether executive session is necessary in these matters. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. I entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session regarding license number R854976, license number R875975, license number R337080. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Board panel is now in executive session for deliberation on those matters and will return with decisions
Fear, can you hear me?
Thank you, everyone. We are back on the record. I will entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
Make the motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R 854976, the board panel renders the following. The license is suspended. However, the licensee will be allowed to obtain a probationary license once she has complied with the assessor recommendation to include compliance affidavit, conference with compliance officer, evaluation for chemical dependency, substance abuse, a fine of $500, probation, indirect supervision, employer reports, AA/NA attendance, drug screens. Additionally, the licensee is recommended to comply with the recommendations that were a part of Exhibit B13 to include complete and intensive outpatient program for stimulant use, engage in 12-step in person 3 times per week unless otherwise specified by the treatment team, comply with any treatment team recommendation upon completion of the IOP. The IOP team is to recommend when it is appropriate for licensee to return to work as a nurse. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 45 to 60 days of completion of these proceedings. Are there any questions?
Do I like call that Cheryl Russell lady and go through their program or just?
Well,
Is it gonna be, I can still go through that program now that y'all say it's okay, right?
first, you just need to wait on receipt of the order and then you can do that.
Okay.
Anything further? Following deliberation on license number R 875975, the board panel renders the following. The license is revoked. Following deliberation on license number P 337080, the license is revoked. There is another matter before the board panel. License number R 856799 will return shortly and hear that matter. Thank you.
I was trying to see if I could figure out the volume. That says it's at 100. Okay. That's the investigator's report. All right, I got your court date, your new court date, or your court date's gonna be January the 9th. That's when we'll do the drug court intervention court. We'll put you in that, okay, January 9th.
I'll be here.
Right across the street.
Hello, Mr. Lusk, how are you?
I'm fine. Can you hear me? Very good.
Do you want to turn your camera on so that we can, before we get started?
Let's see. Is that us? Okay.
And if you can tell me what you see. We can.
I see a rounded desk with 4 individuals sitting at the desk, 2 females, 2 males, and a picture screen behind you.
Fantastic, and we can see you as well. And I will mute, if you want to mute for a few minutes before we get started, I'll come back and let you know when we're ready.
Okay.